Now the applicants arrive and set themselves up, we'll commence the hearing. Today we're carrying on to hear from submitters, but before we do that, Mr. Slyfield, anything for us this morning?
No, nothing to start with. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Ms. Hill, anything from the reporting team? No? All right, well, there's been a few changes to the schedule. I'll just run through those, and Nancy, you chip in if I miss something out. So our first submitter is Mr. James Cowan, then Anthony Thompson. Kate Graham for Tauranga Branch Forest and Bird sends her apologies. She's not well, but she has submitted some speaking notes that we will read and have regard to. We then hear from Nigel Goodhue and Doug Longdill. Mr. Bill Rackham has advised us that he doesn't wish to speak to his submission unless we have questions. We've conferred amongst ourselves in the panel, and we don't have any questions from Mr. Rackham. So the submitters again we'll hear from this morning: James Cowan, Anthony Thompson, Nigel Goodhue, and Doug Longdill. And then after that, we will be hearing from the officers. So Mr. Cowan, I imagine that's you sitting down the end there. Yes, good morning and welcome. Thank you very much for your submission. I noticed that you submitted some written material prior to the hearing. Thank you for that. And then you've tabled some more information today, which is helpful. We'll be happy for you just to lead us through the information you've tabled today, if that suits you.
Yeah, I'll read it out.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's great. We're very happy for you to read out that tabled document, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Right. So I'm chair of the Waihi Beach Environment Society, and I've been a Coast Care volunteer for almost since its inception over 25 years ago. I've lived at Waihi Beach all of my life, apart from a few years away as a student. My beach access is the northern end of Waihi Beach, where the Shore Road rock revetment starts. I go down the beach twice daily, so I can't fail to see what works and what doesn't. It should be noted that dune restoration can be distressing to novice volunteers and outsiders who understandably don't appreciate the vicissitudes of nature when erosion occurs. When I informally put out a few plants in the 41, 39 and 37 Shore Road, I was aware of the end effects of flanking. We would submit that refraction and aberrant effects off the wall cannot be sufficiently mitigated at the southern end of the loop also. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, to better interpret the policies, they have to be read against objectives, especially objectives 1 and 5, which I've attached, including coastal hazard risks are managed increasingly, and I've underlined in my notes, increasingly is, I think, a key word, by locating or relocating development away from risk areas, protecting or restoring natural defences, and discouraging recourse to hard protection structures. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council issues and objectives for the coastal environment. Point 2.6, coastal hazards, objective 22 and 23, speaks of enhancing the natural, biological, i.e. using adaptogenic plants, principally spinifex and pingao, which recolonise cutback foredune, and physical processes which occur in the coastal environment. The rock revetment proposed is clearly not a natural defence, and the wall is conceded for the most part, if not permanently exposed. Now I'll just turn to my attached notes. Just want to read out something that appeared on Saturday in my emails. The Waihi Beach seawall, additional seawall compressed image from Ismith's group, as per email of 8th of August. They show proposed It's page 4 on their image. And then proposed post-weather event illustrates truncation of the dune system. There are no examples on Waihi Beach of spinifex successfully growing over rock to create a foredune. The southern end of Shore Road would be the closest approximation of an attempt, though the spinifex there is highly unlikely to reach the beach. Through coast care, we planted a small section of sand-filled rock, sand-filled rock, yeah, sand which was deposited there, the tractor or excavator. This was soon eroded. Where there are rocks, water will find the point of least resistance, thus eroding the sand. Then I'll come back to the bottom part there. The Thames Coromandel District Council has confirmed what is and is not regionally significant infrastructure, and this is not. The GIP's proposal will lead to a flat beach, i.e. one with no natural slope, prone to stay a wet beach for long periods, as evident in Southern Shore Road. We have written about the common pattern of sand movement, whereas a rock wall truncates this process and causes scour to the wall. We invariably see a wet beach in Southern Shore Road over 2 hours either side of high tide and inhibiting access and amenity values. We see no reason such would not happen at Glen, Isla. Issue 29 of the Regional Coastal Environment Plan recognises dunes are not static. Now, the Reserves Management Plan and Inner Harbour and Coastal Management Policy. We also note the claim that the beach is already highly modified and note the present wall creates all the effects the New Zealand coastal policy demands to be avoided. So policies 13, 18 and 19. So that modification is no reason even more beach should be modified. I refer to the Environment Court judgment where it was stated the wall is not the long-term solution to the erosion problem at Waihi Beach. We've quoted from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council booklet, A Helping Hand, which describes a properly functioning dune system. I haven't attached that one. We also question how and why Bay of Plenty Regional District Council has undertaken to take over responsibility for maintenance of the wall. Sand from the stream entrance. Although there is sufficient sand from this source, sand push-ups from further down the beach could even be considered. Now I refer to the handwritten notes at the bottom. I often rang council to advise the stream was blocked, and now there is a camera on the bridge. This is 3 Mile, of course. Seeing the situation driving past, I would go down to Glen Isla Place to confirm. I also checked the datum post, which was there then. In all that time, I never noticed alarming cutback, nothing, in fact, different from what we're used to elsewhere on the beach. Now, the Coastal Restoration Trust Handbook, they quote regarding storm cut erosion. In summary, with storm cut erosion, the erosion and recovery, the shoreline is simply fluctuating backward and forwards over time. And where we are able to keep existing dunes intact or modify our use of the coastal environment to regain sand dune buffers lost by previous development, there is little doubt that we will be better protected from future climate change impact than otherwise. And reserves. I've drawn the comparison, comparing Tauranga City Council's land policy 2022 to Western Bay of Plenty District Council's approach here is illuminating. The Tauranga County land policy's purpose is to establish a consistent approach and clear expectations. The principles include 3.1 community benefit and 3.2 environment. Council recognises and protects the environmental values associated with council land. And regarding Tauranga City Council's policy of encroachment onto coastal reserves, the council's key objective of maintaining the natural dune environment in perpetuity of the coastal reserve is paramount. 12.5, highest priority for removal of encroachments. A Coast Care contractor and Tauranga City Council, said Tauranga City Council told the community group their community garden had to be removed. So, and of course, Mount Maunganui is consistently rated among the top New Zealand beaches. Clearly, they recognise amenity value. And I've put a note here, see attachment to Coast Care, a guide for Waihi Beach residents living beside a reserve. So I won't read that, but that's attached. The assessment of environmental effects. The applicants claim the profiles at the loop, although modified by rock armour, that beach levels are similar to further south, where there is no protection, stating it is an important point, contrary to the often repeated narrative that rock protection works destroy beaches. Similarly, further along Shore Road, although beach levels do fluctuate from time to time, there is no indication that the existing rock revetment has caused any new permanent loss of beach. We totally dispute this. It is seen daily before and after high tide, with coastal squeeze from the southern end of Shore Road to beyond 67 Shore Road, and the worst point, 67 Shore Road, which is the worst point, in Brewer Park. Now, coastal care signage, the wording is so apt: no plants, no dunes. Plants protect dunes, no beach. The applicant report states undesirable effects of for tow scour may including tow scour and overtopping, both of which can be remedied by judicious addition of rocks. This is an alarming admission of likely further and future encroachment onto the beach with the wall. Now, Whangamata has after the cyclone, Gabrielle, it's re-established virtually all previously eroded areas to an extent of 700 metres. Like Mount Maunganui, they prioritise their beach as they appreciate its significance. From beach access 12 at Whangamata, there is approximately 27 metres of dune from the nearest boundary. I measured that. I stepped that out. This compares to 28 metres measured from the property fence at Glen Isla Place to the Spinifex edge. Now, mitigation. Our group of volunteers worked weekly in the past from March to October and often beyond, while the Coast Care contractor would take our bags of weeds to Malimi Street transfer station. Similarly, Seaforth Road was sprayed out by contractors and planted by volunteers very successfully. So the conclusion from that is the mitigation that the Glen Isla chips are offering is no more than we've been doing for on and off for years. In conclusion, the GIP's proposal is based on a premature approach to something which is unknown and based on projections which will create adverse effects on beach humanity. So we ask that the application of GIPs be declined.
Thank you for that. I'll see if we have questions for you. Chad, questions? So, Mr. Cowan, just want to clarify in my mind, is it your view that if this proposal is granted, that the seawall will have a similar appearance to the one currently located north of 3 Mile Creek? Is that your view?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much for the information you provided. It's very helpful.
Right. Thank you.
Our next submitter, Anthony Thompson.
My friend Jan will possibly be, well, I only have one pair of hands. You understand what I mean?
Yep, I can see you've only got one pair of hands. That's understood.
Pardon?
I just made a joke. I see you've got one pair of hands. That's understood.
Yes. Thank you for noticing. All right. This will help us to understand better.
Yeah.
Help you to understand better what I'm saying.
Rightio.
This is basically my submission.
Okay, put that there.
Do you hear me okay?
We sure
We have a
can.
microphone as well. And I've got a fairly loud voice.
Yep.
So, okay, I'm Anthony Thompson. I belong to the Waihi Beach Environment Society and Waihi Beach Coast Care Group. I studied environmental effects assessment. I'm always mindful of the precautionary principle and of New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, Part 27's advice that coastal hazard management in developed places must take account of a climate change and 100-year rule. And I don't think that Glen Isla protection structure is sustainable management. Waihi Beach's history of startling wave storms of the kind that Mr. Gillespie reminded us of yesterday, such as 1956 and 1968, make the style and situation of this dug-in boulders in a wave-focused location proposal questionable because it's reasonably foreseeable that wave surge, structural scour, gale winds, structural turbulence on the hard Glen Isla structure will simultaneously scour sediment and ecologies while retarding the migration of restorative ecologies and sediments, anathema to the natural order, with effects on biological and physical geography, well, from now on called dynamic effects. Conjunctionally, structural rockiness and residual weediness in the structure zone, combined with the lack of a dedicated ecological maintenance plan, will soon cause the structure's precariously exposed enhancement plantations to falter and fail. My friend will show you these. Once the enhancements become unreliable as builders or maintainers of dunescapes and ecologies, then any technical, ecological, or social role these well-intentioned proposals might have been imagined to inject into the Glen Isla structures narrative, for instance, as exposure event correctors soon disappear and are difficult to recover. As Bergen, Darm and Jenks in there. You may remember this from my full submission. It was mentioned quite a few times. Remind us a good cover of dune plants is essential in situations like this if you want to get sustainability. Foreseeable combinations of scour and retardation, 56, 68 style repeats, and our precautionary sea level rise climate change outlook make the phenomenon of sediment lockup a distinct possibility at Glen Isla structure. The Glen Isla structure submission improbabilizes this, but the retardation scour dynamic and the submissions benchmarks of historic mean high water and the relatively benign hail and Gabrielle events make the submission of improbability unreliable itself by being insufficiently precautionary and underestimating possibilities. As Shore Road and the loop at Waihi Beach remind us, once trapped in this dilemma, it's very difficult to escape. Contrary to what we've been told, I think it's necessary to mention now that contrary to what we've been told, comparing Shore Road experience and Glen Isla possibilities are not comparing apples with oranges. When the Shore Road works were originally installed, they weren't put in below high water at all. It was the dynamics that changed. They were a panicked response that turned into a cock-up. And we can do that again at Glen Isla Place if we're not careful. Glen Isla structures' probable effects in our climate change and sea level rise age mean that it's reasonably foreseeable that strategic asset, in our situation, that means a place where development shouldn't happen unless adverse effects are very unlikely. 3 Mile Creek Reserve, anthrocentrically and ecocentrically important intertidal shore and coastal cultures, will be diminished or disappear with predictable adverse effects on people and communities. We hear a lot about the 10% of the reserve that may be protected, but little about the 90% that can be lost. Submissions that have a wing and a prayer on fanciful avoidance, remedy, or mitigation notions are misguided, in my opinion. With anticipated climate change and sea level rise, particularly, this interposed structure's dynamic capacity for scour and retardation will most likely sooner rather than later adversely affect alongshore public access to strategic asset 3 Mile Creek Reserve's coastal areas in an enduring fashion that's difficult to remedy. Suggestions like re-grooming or timely right angle access are inadequate techno fixes that distract attention away from the essentially faulty dynamics. Such suggestions are only likely to call for the futile squandering of scarce and controversial funds in uncertain times through futile attempts at remedy. Recall here, social, economic, and cultural well-being, health and safety. The closely related topic of effects on open space amenity can be summarized as Glen Isla structure equals scour and retardation. Glen Isla structure equals deterioration of environmental experience. Glen Isla structure equals amenity loss that's difficult to remedy because of Glen Isla structure. Remedial plantings, unreliability makes remedy particularly unlikely. No alternative ways are offered for the access defect. The Glen Isla structure's style and situation are fantasized to avoid remedy or mitigate adverse effects, but precautionary scrutiny of dynamic principles like sea level rise, climate change, scour and retardation, and wave attack paint a more dystopian picture. It's misleading to say that Glen Isla structure avoids adverse effects on outstanding natural feature S24 Waihi Beach. Loss of outstanding natural feature S24 Waihi Beach's intrinsic accessibility and open space amenity characteristics to Glen Isla structure's dynamic scale and retardation tendencies would seem like very inappropriate developments on outstanding natural feature S24, which has been characterized in these very same accessible open space terms. If we don't give anthrocentric identities to anthrocentric notions like outstanding natural feature, what are we talking about? Indigenous Korwhanatara groves are endangered by Glen Isla structures' technical and ecological plans, neither of which offer much confidence in those groves' preservation, restoration, or revival. I doubt this proposal and ecology could harmonise Korwhanatara's benefits. If you didn't know that already, I think you probably did, but anyhow. Because scarce but critical sand binders Korwhanatara and Pinau will be adversely affected by Glen Isla structures, technological and ecological proposals, characteristic but finite sand resources are endangered at outstanding natural feature Waihi Beach. Dunes are built by plants trapping sand, remember. Glen Isla structure will adversely affect amenity, outstanding natural feature, finite characteristics, recreation, reputation. Glen Isla structure has faulty, unenlightened ecological and technological plans. Glen Isla structure will inhibit or retard cultural progress towards enlightened management practice. Glen Isla's style is discouraged by the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. If preserving natural coastal character is a national priority, then Glen Isla structure should not be given a licence. Adverse effects on amenity, recreation, and natural character are not absent from this proposal at strategic asset 3 Mile Creek reserves. Waihi Beach, Glen Isla structure cannot confidently. Give me a moment. Pardon me while I take a drink of water. Thank you. Pardon for the interruption. Thank you. I'll start that sentence again. Adverse effects on amenity, recreation, and natural character are not absent from this proposal at strategic asset 3 Mile Creek Reserves, Waihi Beach. Glen Isla structure cannot confidently provide public welfare and enjoyment, protect access, recreation, and walking and cycling, protect biological or geological features, conserve natural pleasantness, harmony and cohesion, or maintain soil and water, to quote from the activity assessment test of the Waihi Beach Reserve Management Plan's objectives and policies, which are the same objectives and policies that are duplicated in resource management plans of every variety, from the local coastal environment response plan to the district plan to the national coastal policy plan. Glen Isla's structure is not what might be styled a community enhancement and must be declined. Glen Isla structure is not compatible with reserve management plans' structural appropriateness criteria either. To me, the underappreciated reserve management plan is very considerable here because of its flax roots localness and frequent revision. Glen Isla structure flourishes a consent in principle like a testimonial. So I'll comment quickly on that. Although there are stringent activity assessment criteria in the permissive, but simultaneously very conditional coastal erosion response and reserve management plans, and although Glen Isla structure is a discretionary activity on a strategic asset and significant common, public precautionary scrutiny is scant in Glen Isla proposal's provenance. Neither the Coast Care Veteran Waihi Beach Environment Society or the mandated Waihi Beach Community Board were enlisted, and no canvassed feedback or diligent investigation can be seen in its background. Precautionary principles like social, economic, and cultural well-being, health and safety, or the avoidance, remedy, or mitigation of adverse effects were affronted as a result. The flourished consent in principle looks like a uninclusive input-output system malfunction, short on social license, that should, for our purposes, be regarded as precautionarily unreliable. Councillors and managers should have insisted on much more thorough scrutiny on behalf of the ratepayers, who are, after all, the true owners of the reserved land. In terms of the outcomes and visions 04 to 24 investigation, you can see that in the reserve management plan if you want to. For example, the preference for accessible and safe walking and cycling, recreation on natural, healthy dune beaches. The Glen Isla proposal looks inadequate and unreliable. Western Bay of Plenty District Council staff's opinion that 3 Mile Creek Reserve doesn't need Glen Isla style protection works, supports the publicly and scientifically favoured dune care strategy, and sinks Glen Isla's submission of a social, economic, and cultural functional need beyond their own. As we see, though, the Glen Isla structure would be a dysfunctional one, and it falls off the back of Reserve Management Act's best practical option definition. If you'd like to refer to the Resource Management Act, you'll see what I mean. Glen Isla structure looks to me more like a niche want than a functional public need. Glen Isla structure dismisses Bay of Plenty coast care, dune care, but they're the publicly endorsed operative strategy and show impressive performance in Glen Isla-like situations with no adverse effects. At the moment, I'll show you a couple of examples if you don't mind. This is an example of dune care at Waihi Beach. Sorry? Oh, I see. I see what you're doing. This is an example of the difference. Waihi Beach in 1995 situation, rather similar, very similar to the Glen Isla situation now. Waihi Beach in 2019 after coast care. Karua Place. This is remarkable, Karua Place. Look, I'll pass this to you. You see the same kind of paradigm.
Yeah, could you pass that to the?
I will, of
so
course.
they need to see what we see.
Of course. Yeah. Waihi Beach is possibly even more. Yes, right. Oh. Okay, just about finished. Now we'll get up to operatives, and with no adverse effects. Reactionary relics like Glen Isla proposal can go on private allotments but should stay off public space. Glen Isla structure has anthrocentric and ecocentric adverse effects potential. It was poorly previewed and looks inequitable. Keep the dynamically feasible, publicly endorsed dune care and decline the ill-starred unsustainable proposal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Just before I see if we have questions for you, it appears to me you were reading out from a document that differs from your handwritten notes in your submission. That's new material that you've put together for us?
I thought that it was all consistent with the syntax may have changed and some of the grammar may have changed, but it still says the same thing as my original submission says.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I was just going to ask if you could leave a copy of your notes that you read out for us.
Oh, yes, I can make a copy.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
There is only one copy.
All right, well, if you
copy.
can leave it with Nancy, if you don't know who Nancy is, she'll put her hand up for you. And she'll take a copy for you or arrange that for you. So we'll see if we have questions. Amy.
Thank you. I've just got one, and it kind of relates to the presentation that the Coast Care book that you just showed, and the demonstration of some of the works that the group undertake, and particularly at Waihi Beach. For the 3 Mile Creek area,
Yes.
have the group attempted to do something similar in that particular area?
No, Coast Care at Waihi Beach never gave much attention to that area. When the property protection works of different kinds were done, the areas such as Glen Isla Place were regarded as being in a special category. They had a different relationship with the regional council and district council about coastal maintenance, and Coast Care wasn't involved there for reasons that I didn't fully understand. Does that help you to understand anything? So there really was no Coast Care work done there before, no. There was a push-up. That was what the Glen Isla location had instead of hard works. But I'm not sure what was supposed to happen after that.
All right, Mr. Thompson, I don't have any further questions or clarification for you, but thank you very much for the material that you've provided and coming in and speaking to us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next submitter is Nigel Goodhue. Thanks. So good morning, Mr. Goodhue. I see you've tabled some written notes for us, so we're happy for you just to read those out to us if that's what you're happy to do.
Excellent. Yeah. Kia ora tātou. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and my wife Jessica, who is present. I'm also speaking to the submission made by my parents, Reg and Marilyn Goodhue. My oral submission will extend on my written submission and cover 3 areas today. That's our association with Waihi Beach. I'd like to cover off some of the effects of the existing seawall structures at Waihi Beach and then discuss the proposed seawall. My personal association with Waihi Beach extends my entire life. As a child, my family summer holidays were spent at Waihi Beach through rented accommodation in the northern area of Waihi Beach. My parents' association with Waihi Beach extends back to the 1970s when my grandparents moved to a farm on the outskirts of Waihi. Through the 70s and 80s, my parents visited and rented batches for summer holidays. In the late 1980s, my grandparents were fortunate enough to purchase a batch adjacent to Brighton Reserve, which our extended family used extensively throughout the year as a holiday house until 2007 when it was sold. My parents then built a batch in Seafoam Place in 2011, which my family, Jess, myself, children use extensively. My parents, now retired, split their time between Hamilton and Waihi Beach. Given the location of Seafoam Place, which is at the end of Citrus Ave, we make extensive use of the beach access ways at Eyre Street and 3 Mile Creek for a range of beach and water-related recreational activities. And for us, quite simply put, the biggest asset at Waihi Beach is the actual beach itself. As part of my career as an environmental scientist, I have been involved in assessing erosion and inundation potential of parts of New Zealand's coastline. I do acknowledge the complexity of coastal erosion management and the challenges faced by many soft and hardshore coastlines in New Zealand, as well as the difficulty to resolve the conflict between protecting private and public infrastructure and maintaining the coastal area of our beaches as a place for current and future generations to use unrestricted. I hold the opinion that public access and public use of coastlines must be retained, and this view is upheld by New Zealand's legislation, and particularly through the Coastal Policy Statement. I'd just now like to turn my attention to the existing seawalls at Waihi Beach. The existing consented seawall that is situated along the front of Shore Road in the Loop, which were consented in 2008 and still in place today. I'm aware of the complicated history of dune and property protection in this area, and certainly as a child and teenager, I recall the number of seawalls structures that were in place there, often quite haphazard in terms of the way they were constructed. These seawalls have caused a number of detrimental effects to the coastal environment that I and many other submitters referenced in their submissions. This has included loss of usable beach space for parts of the tide cycle, loss of walking access through this section of the beach at higher tides, negative aesthetic values, and a disconnection of ecological and coastal processes above and below these seawalls. Our family are fortunate that from Eyre Street, where we access the beach, an area of backshore currently exists. However, based on sea level rise and due to the presence of the hard rock structures south of the access way, this area will become inundated in the foreseeable future, leaving no accessible backshore for a proportion of the tide. But I'd just like to draw your attention on the back page of my written notes here. I just have a simple diagram, and I just wanted to make it clear there. When I say backshore, I'm talking about the part below the dunes and above the high tide. So that's the dry part of the beach when I say backshore. And then foreshore, I'm referring to anything within the tidal zone. In our view, the loss of public use of the beach that is already occurring and will be exacerbated due to sea level rise is a significant adverse effect. Now, I'd just like to turn my attention to the proposal in front of us. It is evident from the application and supporting technical assessments that the proposed buried rock wall is intended to be incorporated within the coastal marine area over its lifetime. The technical assessment prepared by Davis Coastal Consultants has this timeframe placed at approximately 30 years. In my view, once this erosion has occurred, the seawall will function just like the existing seawalls I discussed earlier, whereby there will be loss of accessible use of the beach by the public during parts of the tidal cycle. This will lead to a similar level of adverse effects as is occurring with the current seawalls. The cumulative effects of the proposed seawall, in my opinion, must be considered alongside the existing seawalls, which form part of the existing environment. The granting of this consent would result in cumulative effects of restricting public access and use of the beach over time. To put this into perspective, I calculate that between the northern extent of the existing seawall along Shore Road and the southern extent of the proposed seawall, approximately 2/3 of the beach would be subject to a seawall, resulting in public loss of use. As outlined in my submission, the application is highly inconsistent with the policy and objectives of the relevant policy statements and lower order regional and district plans. In our view, the applicant's original application, legal submission, and the planning evidence dismisses the actual reality of the seawall becoming incorporated into the coastal marine area. Instead, evidence has focused on having obtained the necessary construction-related consents from Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the land use consent being undertaken outside of the coastal marine area. I don't agree with this approach and support the approach and conclusion in the Section 42A report in finding that the activity is inconsistent with the directly relevant policy and plans of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council Policy Statement. Lastly, I'd just like to comment on the location of the seawall. The seawall is intended to be constructed within the council reserve. This has been described as a strategic asset by Western Bay of Plenty District Council. The applicant's planning evidence suggests that protecting the reserve from erosion through the proposed seawall is a positive effect. In our view, a better use of this public reserve as a strategic asset is to continue to provide a natural backshore and dune system to buffer from coastal processes and maintaining public access use to the beach. This, coupled with the likes of soft structure protection, would provide additional time into an appropriate long-term approach that actually aligns with the relevant policy statements can be found. So, in summary, we consider that there are significant standalone and cumulative adverse effects that will occur as a result of the proposal. To granting consent for an activity that will have these intended adverse effects is not acceptable. The activity is also not supported by the relevant legislation, and we request that the application in its current form be declined. Thank you for your time today and consideration. I'm happy for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goodhue. I'll see if any questions for you. Christian? Any questions? Ms. Goodhue, we don't have any questions for you. That just means that we understand the views you've put to us very clearly today, and so we don't need to clarify anything with you. So that's a compliment, not a criticism.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks again for your time.
And our last submitter of the day, Doug Longdell.
I apologise for being a late this morning, commissioners. I had a few car problems.
Mr. I no need to apologise. You're here now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, my name's Doug Longdell. I have a background in science and technology, and more recently in my employment, I was involved in employment relations. This will be a familiar story, I think. Our family have had a long association with Waihi Beach dating back to the 1950s, when I holidayed there as a child along with my two brothers. In the early 1970s, my parents purchased a batch in Eyre Street, and in the late 1970s, my wife and I purchased our current property in Island View in Seaforth Road. Since that time, our family have enjoyed swimming, surfing, fishing, running and walking on the beach. In other words, it's been, I think the planners call it amenity value, but we have certainly valued the recreational opportunities that we've had at the beach. I have two sons and one daughter. They became involved in surf lifesaving right from the time that they were nippers. They all developed their skills and became patrolling lifeguards for the Waihi Surf Lifesaving Club in the 1990s. They actively competed in surf lifesaving events at both regional and national level. Suffice to say, the long-term health of the beach and the amenity value that it provides has become a very important issue for us as a family. Since 2015, when I finished full-time work, I've lived at Waihi Beach in the family batch. I am now active in a lot of community volunteer activities, including predator control, guiding walks at our annual walking festival, as well as participating actively in the coast care planting and weeding projects that we have. I am fundamentally opposed to the concept of building the types of hard structures that the applicants are proposing. Coastal dune systems operate in a very dynamic manner, and the notion that you can somehow control nature by imposing hard structures, in my view, is fundamentally flawed. On that basis, I have therefore chosen not to go into great level of detail about the application. I'm simply focusing on what I see as the inconsistency of hard structures in a dynamic coastal environment. So turning now to my submissions, I hope you appreciate the fact that I've managed to get this down onto one page. My reasons for objecting to the application is as follows. As you can see, rock walls, well, I I'll just cover briefly because you can read it for yourselves, obviously. Rock walls have a history of eventually lowering the level of the beach, reducing the amenity value of the beach to the public as it reduces the time available to walk. And we've already seen signs of this in the rock wall along Eyre Street, where you can only walk there at sort of at virtually mid to low tide. Anything more than mid tide, you're having to scrape up onto the rock walls and walk along the top of the rock walls to get to where you're going. And that's not the intended intention of a healthy beach, in my view. Rock walls create what is known as end effects, where they end and the normal dune system takes over. The sand in these areas becomes scoured out through surges. And thirdly, rock walls have not proven to be a long-term solution and generally deteriorate after 20 or so years, leaving a mess and a cost for the council and hence the general ratepayer to fix up. Again, in my view, the application is not based on sound science and seems to ignore the long history of failed attempts to arrest dune erosion by way of hard structures at Waihi Beach. And I refer in particular to a report, I know it's going back a bit, September 1993, but there was a report done by Terry Healy, the research professor of coastal environmental science at the University of Waikato, entitled Coastal Erosion, Setback Determinations and Recommendations for the Management of Waihi, Bowentown and Pukehina Beach and Dunes. It's quite a weighty tome, being a research paper. But in nowhere in that report does Dr. Healy recommend or support the use of hard structures. In fact, there's a section in there, 4042, where he comes out, considers all the pros and cons, and comes out against hard structures as a solution to the erosion issues. Yeah. Okay. And now just a few brief comments on the submission by the applicant. I would disagree in a section of the Mitchell-Dace report that asserts that soft engineering approaches are unsuccessful. On the contrary, they've proven to be very effective in other parts of the beach, namely around the Surf Lifesaving Club. We'd also disagree that the end effects will be negligible. Scouring at the wall ends will be inevitable. And we're also concerned about several features of the proposed construction stage, where mechanical excavation of the dune area will be highly disruptive from a dune integrity perspective, as well as contribute to unacceptable levels of noise and vibration. That completes my submission.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Longdale, and thanks for referring back to your original submission. We had read that and understood that, but it's helpful for you to repeat it again for us. I'll just see if we have any questions for you.
Hi, thank you for your submission. Just one question. You provided part of Professor Healy's report to us, which is helpful, but one thing I'm not sure of is when he talks about these engineered structures, do you know if they were, when he was referring to them, located above or below mean high water springs?
I'm not sure about the answer to that question. You are referring to the Healy report?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So on page 41.
I'm not too sure how we came into how I came into possession of it. I did have a son who completed his PhD at Waikato University, and Terry Healy was a supervisor. So I suspect that's how it came into my possession. But it was done for the Western Bay District Council, so I could only presume they would have had a copy somewhere. But you're obviously quite welcome to have access to that full report.
That's okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Longdale, you talked about your historical and your family's use of Waihi Beach. Which parts of Waihi Beach do you use for recreation?
Currently, I'm living down at the Island View area, just not far from the Yellow Dairy, if you know there.
Yeah.
I live on Seaforth Road, so my access down to the beaches down Marlin Avenue, or as I'm getting a bit old now, during the summer, I walk down to Turner Avenue, where the Surf Lifesaving Club have it's a patrolling area, so I tend to like to swim between the flags these days.
Right.
So that's
do you frequent the beach area in front of Glen Isla Place very often?
Sorry, I'm not quite.
The side of this application, Glen Isla Place, do you go down to that part of the beach very often?
No, it doesn't affect my part of the beach that I tend to use, but for all that, I do quite a lot of walking, either down to Bowen Town and back or down to the surf club and back, and jump over 2 Mile Creek. So it does affect the recreational area and my family too. Of course, I've got grandchildren that have holiday in the area now, and they like to go for long walks during the summer, walk the dog, all that sort of stuff.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's the end of our questions for you, but thanks for the material that you provided to us.
Thank you.
Right, so that brings us to the end of the submitters that we're hearing from this morning. So the next part of the process is we hear from the council's 42A reporting team. So Ms. Hill, what we'll do now is we'll take a morning tea break. Do you need any time to prepare apart from morning tea break?
No, we're good to go.
Okay, and just for the benefit of us and the applicant, what's your intended process in terms of reporting back to us?
So the intended process is that I will commence with some legal submissions, and then we will go through the reporting team, starting with Mr. Davidson, the coastal expert, then Mr. Shaw, ecology, Mr. Gumley, landscape. You've already confirmed that Mr. Stiles and Ms. Brown, their evidence can be taken as read, so they won't be attending. So we will wrap up with Peter Watson, and then Mr. Hudson and Ms. Price will finally address you.
All right, and I think we've had circulated to us a document by Mr. Gumley. Is that correct? Is there any other of your party has prepared written statements?
Yes, everybody has, which you should receive during the morning tea break if you have not already.
Right, and they've been provided to the applicant or will be?
That will be arranged.
During morning tea time?
Yes.
All right. All right, so we'll adjourn for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 10:20. Thank you. Right, we'll resume the hearing, but just before we do that, thank you for emailing the documents to us. We have those now. So Slyfield, the applicant, have you received the section 42A report officer's documents?
I have the legal submissions, and yes, I've got the.
All right, so everyone's got the material.
Thank you.
So, all right, Ms. Hill, over to you.
Thank you. So the purpose of my submissions is really to focus on the legal issues arising from the applicant's proposal. I've reviewed and obviously heard from counsel for the applicant, and I do largely agree with the legal conclusions that he has reached, as well as the summary of the evidence relating to the effects of the proposal. So I'm going to deal only with the matters where I take a different view. So starting with the planning assessment, Mr. Slyfield submitted that Mr. Faithful's evidence should be preferred over Mr. Hudson's because Mr. Hudson placed too much weight on the NZCPS provisions, having found that the proposal was generally consistent with the objectives and policies of the district plan. He then submitted that it's unnecessary to go back up the planning hierarchy unless the district plan has failed to give effect to the higher order provisions. And he cited the case of Auckland Council and Environment Court Authority in support of that approach. Mr. Hudson will of course be provided with an opportunity to revise his assessment and recommendations when he addresses the panel. Focusing particularly on the alternative option that's now been put forward by the applicant of moving the type 2 structure further landward between 1.5 to 5 metres from the property boundaries. But I will briefly address the legal issue, which is about whether the panel is entitled to place weight on the NZCPS policies directly, even where it finds that the district plan gives full effect to them. And I've cited a High Court authority, Royal Forest and Bird, where this issue was considered. And Justice Waihi made what I consider to be an important point, that sometimes taking a truncated approach of focusing only on the lower order documents can result in the story being lost in the retelling. And I note that even in the Auckland Council case that Mr. Slyfield relied on, the court there still took a belts and braces assessment and did assess the coastal policy statement provisions. I'm not suggesting undue repetition, but I think it is important as a check, particularly where in this case, the district plan really only sought to implement through its plan change 74, the coastal hazard risk aspects of the NZCPS back in 2017. So that was including 100-year mapping and rules relating to activities that were potentially at risk, but it didn't try to implement a wider strategy of managed retreat. And didn't focus on updating any rules relating to the management of seawalls or other hard protection structures. So to that extent, it was a more limited scope of that plan change. And it follows in my submission that it would be appropriate for the panel to consider the consistency of the proposal against the relative NZCPS provisions directly. And I move on now to address several aspects of the applicant's interpretation of policy 27, which is potentially the main relevant one here relating to strategies for protecting significant existing development from coastal hazard risk, which in my submission require a closer look. So the first point relates to what is meant by significant existing development. And this, I say that the suggestion that the limited number of properties at Glen Isla Place seeking protection from the proposed structure, the suggestion that this might be an area of significant existing development for the purposes of policy 27, and therefore hard protection structures might be considered necessary, requires a closer look. And I say that because I think we have here, it's either 7 or 8 properties which would be protected by the proposed structure
if those are to be interpreted as significant existing development, then it's difficult to conceive of what degree of coastal development might not reach that threshold. I also think it's important to take a closer look at the submission that the public reserve is a strategic asset, and therefore it must be of sufficient importance to justify a hard protection structure. So the wording of the policy itself, policy 27, doesn't refer to significant assets. It refers to infrastructure of national or regional importance as potentially justifying hard protection structures. The concept of a strategic asset, which is referred to in Mr. Slyfield's submissions, comes from the Local Government Act, and that relates to decisions to transfer the ownership or control of strategic assets. And in that case, they must be explicitly provided for in the long-term plan. So we don't have a situation here where the ownership or control of the reserve is being proposed. So in my submission, it does not follow that this particular Esplanade reserve amounts to an asset of national or regional importance, deserving the protection of a hard structure. The next point is the concept of significant benefit. So the relevant assessment in the present circumstances is whether a hard structure is considered necessary to protect private assets. That's subsection 4 of policy 27, in which case the issue becomes whether there is significant public or environmental benefit in doing so. And I've noted that based on the evidence of the reporting team, the applicant appears to have overstated both the public and environmental benefits of the proposed structure. This type of dune system is within a public reserve, and Mr. Watson's explained it's unlikely to ever be promoted as a public walkway, even if the foreshore reduces over time. Mr. Hudson notes there are other existing, more appropriate means of accessing the beach in this area. In relation to environmental benefits, Mr. Gumbley's evidence is that the benefits have been overstated. He assesses them as more neutral and heavily dependent on the successful restoration of native dune vegetation. And finally, turning to the concept of immediate need. So a submission has been made by the applicant that there is an immediate need for this structure. Policy 27 promotes an options analysis, which provides for transition mechanisms and timeframes for moving to more sustainable approaches. And I submit that the applicant's suggestion that there's an immediate need to protect the properties and the reserve land from the severe risks of storm cut appears overstated. This submission appears to assume removal of the groins or rely on alleged uncertainty as to whether the groins will be replaced. The council's evidence is that there's a very high likelihood of the groins being replaced. Removing them would give rise to an unacceptable risk of flooding, which would place the council at risk of liability. So that seems to be an unlikely proposition. Mr. Davidson's evidence is that the storm cut risk, which the applicant seeks to protect against now, could only occur at the southernmost properties. That's 12, 14 and 16, which would be protected by the type 1 structure. And just making the point that those properties gain no benefit from the existing groins. The policy 27 approach of moving towards more sustainable options is considered and addressed, or will be considered and addressed by Mr. Davidson and Mr. Hudson. They will propose some options which would reflect a more adaptive approach, having regard to when a clear need arises. And I also address how those options might be provided for in conditions further below. Dealing briefly with managed retreat, I do agree with Mr. Slyfield's essential submission relating to managed retreat, which is that the current proposal and managed retreat are not mutually exclusive. While proposals to locate substantial hard structures on private land are generally of concern because they can foreclose future options for managed retreat because they're outside of the control of the public. In this case, the proposal is on a public reserve managed under the Reserves Act, and council as administering authority has the ability to remove the structure if considered appropriate to implement a future policy of managed retreat and to remediate the reserve if required. It is acknowledged this would likely require ratepayer funding and may not be supported by the community. There's a separate issue in my submission as to whether there should be a finite term placed on the consent itself and or remediation conditions rather than leaving that to the side agreement between council and landowner. Council as landowner and the applicant, which we've heard yesterday, would require council to surrender the consent once transferred to it. And I address that issue shortly as well. I agree with Mr. Slyfield's submission that existing use rights can create challenges for the implementation of managed retreat without reliance on regional rules. And that was the Matata situation that was referred to yesterday. However, in this case, the District Council has endeavoured to grandparent the concept of managed retreat in areas of natural hazard risk. That should be by requiring land use consent for new dwellings and renovations to existing dwellings, and imposing conditions of consent requiring new dwellings or renovations to be removable or removed once a hazard risk trigger event applies. And while it is acknowledged that only some of the Glen Isla properties are subject to that type of condition, in my submission, it would be unreasonable to suggest that the district plan creates an expectation that properties are entitled to protection from coastal erosion through hard protection structures simply because the activity status for a seawall is discretionary. Mr. Slyfield acknowledges that the proposal is an interim measure until such time as a more comprehensive policy of managed retreat is implemented. He appears to suggest that a timeframe of 30 to 50 years is appropriate, but I've noted that that comment does appear inconsistent with his submission that consent, if granted, should be in perpetuity. So turning then to the issue of term, Mr. Slyfield submitted that it was unusual for a land use consent in a district council jurisdiction to contain a term. That's not my experience for land use consents for structures of this nature, which are in the coastal environment, although not in the CMA itself, such as seawalls. The Auckland Council case Mr. Slyfield referred to had a term in that case of 35 years. That was the seawall at Orewa Beach, where it was to support a substantial walkway and cycleway. And I've been involved reasonably recently in a seawall landward of the CMA at Waihi Beach in Gisborne, which was granted for 20 years to allow for development of a comprehensive coastal erosion management strategy. So basically an adaptive managed retreat approach, and to align with the terms of adjacent seawall structures. So I say there are sound reasons for imposing a term of consent on a structure of this nature, not limited to ensuring the structure does not foreclose options for managed retreat, as Mr. Slyfield acknowledges. A term of consent is consistent with the NZCPS provisions, which promote consideration of managed retreat and transition mechanisms and timeframes for moving to more sustainable approaches. The suggestion that the consent, once transferred to council, can simply be surrendered if council wishes to implement a policy of managed retreat or to be relieved of a maintenance burden, in my submission overlooks the fact that surrender under the RMA is not unilateral, and that was the point explored with my friend yesterday. An application to the consent authority is required and must be accepted by the consent authority, but there is a bit of a subtlety on looking closely at the provisions. It appears that a consent authority can only refuse to accept a partial surrender of the consent, and must accept a full surrender, although it can direct completion of any works required to give effect to the consent. But that may give rise to a risk here. If all of the works have already been completed, there may not be the option of refusing the surrender. So that really leads me to the submission that I think a term is appropriate to assist in managing that risk. While the risk of the council not removing and remediating the wall might appear low, given that a responsible local authority would be unlikely to leave an exposed wall in situ if it gave rise to adverse effects, that situation cannot be guaranteed. So I say leaving this situation to be managed through a side agreement and or surrender of the consent in future, rather than imposing a term of consent and conditions to address the removal and remediation of the structure at the end of the term, would arguably amount to the consent authority abdicating its responsibility to manage the effects of the proposal through appropriate conditions of consent. Put another way, it is submitted that imposing conditions of this nature would be both by-raise and appropriate, given they would be for a resource management purpose, directly connected to the potential future effects of the proposal, and would be reasonable depending on the length of the term imposed. It's not uncommon for conditions on coastal permits to include bonds and or provision for removal and remediation of coastal structures at the end of the consent term. If that is not considered appropriate in this case, another option would be a condition along the lines imposed in the Waihi Beach case, which required the consent holder to report to the consent authority at least 1 year prior to the end of the consent term in relation to whether they intended to renew the consent for the wall or to put forward their proposal for decommissioning, including advice and an assessment regarding what structures or final beach profile was proposed to respond to ongoing coastal erosion processes. And while that's more of a halfway house type of condition, in my submission, it would provide greater certainty for both council as consent authority and for the community. I agree that the panel has no jurisdiction to inquire into the policy decision that council has made as landowner to approve construction of the wall on the reserve or to inherit any consent granted. However, given the panel is not privy to the contents of that side agreement and should not, in my submission, speculate as to its contents, I say the panel is entitled, and in my submission it would be appropriate to take a belts and braces approach to managing future effects and assuring good alignment with the NZCPS provisions by imposing an appropriate term of consent and conditions addressing removal and remediation upon expiry. That's, of course, if the panel decides it's appropriate to grant consent. Very briefly with precedent, because I agree with Mr. Slyfield on this, it's not generally a relevant consideration on the discretionary consent. However, principled decision-making requires that like cases are treated alike. I agree with Mr. Slyfield that this only gives rise to an issue if the precedent is adverse from an effects perspective or undermines a clear policy position in the district plan. In this case, there's general agreement that subject to appropriate conditions, effects can be appropriately managed. And the district plan does not discourage applications for seawalls through a non-complying activity status, which requires further hurdles for assessment. Therefore, an applicant is entitled to establish that the proposal is appropriate in the particular location. Precedent concerns in the context of discretionary applications can generally be managed through clear reasoning in the decision in relation to why the grant of consent was considered appropriate on the particular evidence and circumstances. Looking at adaptive management, Mr. Davidson and Mr. Hudson have raised the option of implementing a more adaptive management approach by only providing for implementation of the type 1 structure now, given the evidence does not establish a need or an immediate need for the type 2 structure unless and until the groins are removed and not replaced with a similar structure. Mr. Watson has explained that those consents expire in 2032 and an options assessment as to their renewal is likely to be undertaken in around 2028, 2029. One option is therefore to only approve the type 1 structure now and leave the option for the applicant to apply for the type 2 structure if and when it is needed. An alternative may be to grant consent for the type 2 structure now, but only provide for its implementation upon a trigger event, such as permanent removal of the groins, which could be clearly provided for in the conditions of consent, with provision for any updated designs to be submitted and certified at the time. Submitters have raised alternative softer options, such as sand push-ups, and the panel has sought further information about the council's regional consent application for this work. An application was lodged with the regional council to facilitate dune repair and dune restoration along the entire length of Waihi Beach to enable greater resilience on natural dune protection in an effort to avoid the need for additional seawalls. As we've heard, that application was returned by the regional council, and that was to allow for further assessment of cultural effects and consultation with tangata whenua. That work, I'm instructed, has now occurred by Jim Darm, and the updated application is due to be sent to the regional council this week. A copy of the application has been provided to the panel, and Mr. Watson can address any questions arising. So finally, just dealing with conditions, Ms. Price will address the panel in relation to the issue around ensuring there's no duplication of the conditions of regional consent. I support this approach in principle to ensure efficiency and clarity of consent conditions, subject to the caveat that the regional consent is not for a structure and only has a 10-year term. Therefore, the district consent will need to ensure that any regional conditions which have expired, which are also relevant to the district consent, endure in the district consent. Mr. Slyfield's suggestion that certain conditions proposed by Mr. Shaw and Mr. Gumbley fall foul of section 108AA and are demonstrably invalid will of course depend on the panel's findings on the evidence. Mr. Shaw and Mr. Gumbley consider that conditions requiring revegetation of the dune land south of the wall and maintaining vegetation that is established over the structure are justified based on a direct connection to the effects of the proposal. And I do acknowledge that in a dynamic coastal environment, it will always be difficult to draw a clear line of causation between natural processes and man or women-made interventions. Nevertheless, it is submitted that, but for the proposal, the revegetation would not be required, and therefore it is appropriate to impose conditions requiring comprehensive revegetation. If consent is granted, such conditions would go some way towards alleviating submitter concerns about impacts on natural processes and character of a person-made structure intended to provide a private benefit. So I've just set out there the reporting team in the order that I propose to call them, but I'm very happy to answer any questions arising.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll see if we have questions for you. Any questions? Any?
Sorry, I always push the wrong button. Probably outside of the consent, but I'm just curious from a legal perspective how this would work. So we have the existing group of GIPS owners who are currently the applicant and will be the consent holder for a period of time. And they have committed to contribute financially to maintenance costs, repairs after episodic storm events, that kind of thing. What happens, or how can we ensure that if one of the properties changes hands, that the new property owners would contribute to that? Is that
Yes.
Is that in a covenant on the property?
Yes,
or how does that
exactly
work?
right. So without revealing the full content
No.
of the draft agreement, I've seen it, and I'm comfortable that there's provision, a mechanism which would ensure that that's provided for through covenants on the titles.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of imposing a bond, is that something that would normally be done? So if the district council was the applicant, would it be usual to impose a bond on a public authority, or does that
No.
normally just go to private
Really
owners?
only in private. And in this case, there do appear to be other funding mechanisms which would suggest a bond's probably not required.
Okay.
In this case, I wasn't recommending that. I was just raising that
Raising it.
as an option, particularly on regional structure consents.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Just a couple of matters. Even if we were persuaded by the applicant's legal submissions that the district plan is a suitable one-stop shop and we don't need to go to the higher order instruments, my view would be that there's no mischief created by us considering the NZCPS regardless, particularly because it's been raised by a number of submitters, and we wouldn't be restricted from doing so, would we?
Absolutely not. I think, as I said, about some Brace's approach would be entirely appropriate.
Yes. Just the issue of the coastal protection structure being removed at some point in the future and perhaps having conditions that foreshadow or require that. Would that removal in of itself require additional consents? Because we cannot impose conditions that rely on a future consent process.
My understanding is that if it's in the CMA, it probably would require a regional consent, but that's obviously going to be very dependent on movement of the foreshore. Mr. Hudson will correct me, but I'm not sure that a district consent would be required for removal of the structure. That might be something might need to consider.
Mr. Hudson could address
But
that.
I agree with you, unless it's an OSIA condition, you won't be able to impose a condition requiring something that requires consent.
And even at a district level, I mean, removing the seawall or the structure in the future would necessitate earthworks. I find it hard to imagine there wouldn't be district consents required for that.
Highly likely, no,
Yeah.
that's a fair
Okay,
point.
so that may limit our ability to do that unless the applicant offers it. All right, no, the very helpful legal submissions. Thank you. We can proceed from the rest of the team.
All right, we're going to start with Mr. Davidson.
Good morning, everybody. So yeah, as was just alluded to, we consider that the full landward extent of the Type 2 structure is unjustified on the basis that the 3 Mile Creek groins and training walls remain in place. The properties behind the reserve are not currently at risk of a storm cutback event, while the groins and their retained beach material remain present. The existing groin structures and channel training walls for 3 Mile Creek perform an important task of preventing flooding from the hinterland behind, and it's therefore unlikely that they will be removed and not reinstated in some form, despite the consent expiring in the coming years. But as long as these structures remain, a significantly shorter hard structure between properties 12 and 15, and then a natural dune management approach supporting and aiding the existing dune development using the material that's excavated from the channel for properties 13, 11 and 9 will create much less disturbance to the natural environment during construction and at a lower cost, both financially and ecologically. If at any point in the future, the 3 Mile Creek management does change significantly, and the channel is allowed to meander around in a more natural fashion, then at that point, a buried seawall or any other hard structure could be added at that point if it was still deemed necessary. If this Type 2 section is considered necessary at this time, we agree that its impacts on the coastal processes, and coastal processes only, will be negligible given that it will be buried. You know, it's buried beneath the reserve, so the impact on the coastal processes won't really be an issue. So for the Type 1 length of the proposed structure, we acknowledge that a hard structure could be more justified for coastal protection along this section to protect the southernmost properties where there is not currently a good width of dune fronting the property boundary. So that's properties 12, 14 and 16. These properties currently don't feel the benefits of the existing 3 Mile Creek groins and the beach width that they've built up. And we agree that the type 1 structure is currently designed to the kind of correct codes and standards. However, we consider that the alignment of this structure should be adjusted to better comply with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, in that hard structures should be designed to minimize adverse effects on the coastal environment. Locating the structure on the property boundary or 1.5 meters off it, as has been discussed, would greatly reduce the impact of that hard structure that it has on the beach, the coastal environment, and the end effects on the area to the south. Now, it could be very clearly seen yesterday in the photos that were presented that the existing dunes fronting properties 12, 14 and 16 are only about 4 or 5 meters in width from the property boundary. And this is also supported in aerial imagery when you measure. And this width of dune is very similar to what would be achieved if the seawall is set 1.5 meters from the property boundary. And that's because we'll have 1.5 meters behind the structure, and then the structure's got a horizontal crest, which will be buried and planted. So we've got 5 meters of horizontal planting before it slopes down onto the beach. So that corresponds very well with the existing dune arrangement and dune width. So the important thing about that is the original proposal with a 5 meter corridor and then 3.5 meters of crest and then a slope down onto the beach would push any planting on the front of the revetment and any dune creation in front of it significantly further seaward than the existing shoreline. And trying to use soft engineering approaches for dune development in an advanced position of the surrounding shoreline makes it significantly more difficult and much more likely to fail with it being more exposed. Therefore, it must be understood that this length of type 1 structure on the original alignment is first and foremost, it's going to be a hard structure. And unless there is significant beach level recovery, it will be exposed almost immediately in terms of it being an exposed rock face. The planting on the front will not be sustainable. Based on the graphs that were submitted in the original application using the Tonkin-Taylor recession rates of exposure, the structure located 5 meters off the boundary, it would be within 2 years that the rocks would be exposed on the front face of the structure. And that obviously makes it much more unlikely that fronting dunes would be a feasible option. In my opinion, the images that were presented yesterday, the artificial images, were a little bit misleading because they only presented one snapshot of an event and were not a true representation of how exposed the structure will be following time and sea level rise and increased exposure of the structure. And I think the comparison with the cliffing, the photo of the actual cliffing that occurred on the beach was not strictly like for like because they were in a different position and a different position on the beach profile. So yeah, it wasn't as insinuated as implied by the evidence. So for the type 1 structure, once it is exposed, so if it's on the original 5 meter offset from the boundary, be exposed sooner. If it's pulled back closer to the boundary at 1.5 meters, it will be exposed much later into the future. But when it becomes exposed, we do expect that there would be end effects as a result of the exposed structure, which would impact the reserve to the south. That was acknowledged in the submission and in the design. And in addition to the end effects, once exposed in the future, whether that's a long way into the future if the structure is pulled back, or soon if it's on the original alignment. We would expect localized beach lowering in front of the structure as a result of wave reflection. And as has been brought up by the previous submitters, this can be witnessed in many places along the beach frontage. I appreciate that those structures are far more seaward than this proposal, but based on the rates of recession that were being used to justify the need for the proposal, it's only a matter of time before sea level rise and the narrowing beach means this structure would be presenting exactly the same issues as the other rock structures. This beach lowering in front of the structure, although the applicant suggested that it wouldn't be the case, going on to suggest that access and footpath over the top of the structure would be required in the future, means that they're also in agreement that the beach lowering is likely to happen. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if we have questions. Amy, you want to start?
Thank you. Firstly, in Ms. Hill's evidence, she suggested that we could consider only the type 1 structure being built. Would that also, so obviously we've discussed end effects towards the southern end, would that result in northern end effects as well, or is that actually protected by the coring?
So with the type 1 structure, if we pull it back much closer to the boundary and make it more landward, that would still enable soft engineering in front of it. So we could bury the structure much more effectively with dune development and planting in front of the structure, because it would be less exposed and pulled further back landward. In the future, with sea level rise, maybe 30 years time, for example, if sea levels have got to a point where the structure becomes exposed, despite being pulled back onto the property boundary, as soon as the structure is exposed, end effects would be expected. It's just a matter of when they occur. If it's on the original alignment 5 meters off the boundary, it would be much, much sooner. If it's pulled back, it would be in the future, but would occur in the future.
And if we did think that it was appropriate to just approve the type 1 wall, Ms. Hill also discussed triggers. Apart from the removal of the groins, would there be any other triggers that would be worthwhile considering in an adaptive management process? So
yeah, it'd be the recession of the dunes and the reserve alongside the channel. So if the training walls and the channel groins are removed, changed in design, if the approach management approach is changed, then it would need regular monitoring to check how the beach was receding based on whatever the new arrangement was. And then those triggers would need to be kind of stabbing in the dark, knowing what that change would be. But generally, it would be recession of the beach and the reserve that would trigger it.
And that would necessitate a condition requiring beach profile monitoring over time to understand when that trigger threshold was met?
If the groins are removed, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's okay to say, but I'm interested to hear Mr. Davies' comments on the prediction of exposure in 2 years' time versus 30 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just one question from me. And you may have heard some of the conversation yesterday thinking about the coastal processes and the effects from a technical perspective, but also thinking more broadly about the ecological impacts and the landscape impacts. And I suppose for us, we've got to try and balance the effects of each of those, and how do we come to a response that tries to find the right balance between all of those effects. So probably my question for you is from a technical perspective, where would you see, and we've talked about the 1.5 to 5, from your perspective, where do you see that line?
So
being optimal from your perspective.
So from an impact on the coastal processes and the environment point of view, from a coastal lens, pulling it back as far as possible is always going to be better. So exactly on the boundary, would be best. Even if we were using soft engineering and we could encroach over the boundary with soft engineering, that would be better. But with a hard structure and we're limited to the boundary, pulling it back to the boundary is optimal. However, because the structure is going to be buried, excavating down to a level to place the rock armor on the boundary is easier. You know, the 1.5 meters has been proposed because it enables a slope, a batter to be incorporated in the excavation without disturbing the boundary. It makes it, you know, construction more simple. It's not to say it'd be impossible to put it on the boundary. You just need shoring and formwork to do so, which is complex and more costly. But from my point of view, as far landward as we can get it.
Thank you. And in terms of the type 2, so what you're suggesting is that we take an adaptive management approach, thinking about the long-term view around the existing groins, and yeah, that's your position in terms of the stage 2, type 2, sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And yesterday we heard from the applicant's coastal expert that the type 2 wall was necessary to deal with the end effects from the type 1 wall, and also the issue of engineering practicality and construction practicality was raised. You haven't addressed that in your material today.
So,
do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, certainly. So as long as the channels that control groins and training walls remain in place and the dunes and the reserve are present, the end effects on the northern extent of the wall, as long as the wall is designed to a correct termination, shouldn't really occur, because you've got dunes there, you've got the reserve there. You're not going to have the significant wave run-up whilst those groins and training walls are in place. What if they are removed, then you can get end effects on the northern end of the structure. But I don't think end effects will be necessarily, you know, an issue on the northern extent of the structure whilst the training walls remain in place.
Now, I take it from your paragraph 2 that you see the use of the sand excavated from 3 Mile Creek as being important in your conclusion that the type 2 wall is not required, namely that sand can be used to replenish the natural dune system.
That sand that is excavated from 3 Mile Creek is a very, very valuable resource that should be being employed within the management of the beach in a, I don't know the history of it, but from what was presented yesterday, potentially a more effective manner. So there should be kind of thought and direction about where the material is placed, how regularly it's placed, and just generally, if it's managed effectively, it's an incredibly valuable resource for maintaining the, you know, the planting and the dune development.
If we were to find, based on the evidence that's been presented to us, that that sand excavated from 3 Mile Creek isn't used to replenish the dune, and we had pictorial evidence of that, does that change your assessment at all? If that was taken out of the equation, that replenishment sand from 3 Mile Creek, what would your view be then on the type 2?
No, I mean, since the groins have been installed, before the groins were installed, the coastline curved landward, which is why the reserve is there now. Since the groins have been installed, the beach is reverted back to a straighter formation, which is why you've got that big triangle of space there. Using the sand from the channel will just help to boost and bolster the development of the dunes within that triangle of dune development.
Okay, so I just want to be crystal clear. So if we were to find we couldn't rely on the use of that sand that's excavated from 3 Mile Creek, that doesn't alter your assessment that the type 2 wall is not required at this stage?
No, but it certainly, yeah, it strengthens it. That, yeah. You know, it's
okay. Well, that's interesting, because I don't think we can rely on the results of a different consent being exercised to offset the effects of what's currently before us, particularly when we have evidence that that hasn't happened in the past. So,
well, I mean, it hasn't happened consistently in the past. It has certainly happened in the past. There's lots of evidence of it being done. It just might not have been optimized previously.
Sure. Just at your paragraph 9, you talk in that very last line about the advanced position. Is that the 5 meters? Is that what you call the advanced position?
Yeah, if they build it as per the original proposal, yeah, it would be significantly like in front of the surrounding shoreline. And so trying to plant embryo dunes and planting 5 or 6 or 7 meters further seaward of the existing dunes means that it would be much more exposed to wave run up during high tides.
Sure.
And just general exposure.
Okay. So that paragraph 9 relates to the situation should the structure be placed
Based on the
5
original,
meters.
the original application.
Yeah, but if it was moved back, say 1.5 meters from the boundary, you agree with the applicant's evidence that it might not become continually exposed for some decades?
It will become exposed much later. How much later depends on how effectively any soft engineering is carried out in front of the structure.
Yeah.
The vegetation and dune development in front of the structure will need, constant maintenance and development. So if that is undertaken, then it will be many years before it's exposed. If it isn't undertaken effectively, then it could be exposed much more quickly.
Yeah. And that regular maintenance would be the responsibility of whoever the consent holder is for the wall.
That's what I would suggest.
Which is likely to be the district council within a short period of time. Yeah. Okay. All right, well, thanks very much. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I might start with just some brief information on my background, just so you've got something, understanding of the context where I'm coming from. I've been an ecologist for about 45 years, and I've been working on dunes on and off over most of that time. In the early 90s, very early 90s, I went to Australia to look specifically at the use of spinifex as I would working with it in Australia, because we were hardly using it in New Zealand, and they were light years ahead of us. And I reported on that. It was one of the earliest reports on the use of spinifex for wide-scale planting in this country. Over the last 10 years, privately, in addition to my work involvement with dunes, with my wife and a small group of volunteers at Waihi Beach, we've been planting spinifex over about 5 to 7 kilometres of shoreline very actively. And that's ongoing work. That's alongside the Coast Care Program work. In terms of my summary, the applicants provided 2 sets of ecological evidence addressing avifauna, Dr. Bull, and other ecological matters, which Dr. Keesing. And I've got a few comments on both of those. In relation to avifauna, Dr. Bull's evidence addresses all matters now in a satisfactory manner, and there are no areas of disagreement. Lizards and invertebrates. For lizards, a lizard survey has not been undertaken, so the applicant cannot confirm whether there are lizards at the site, even though it is potentially very likely that lizards are present. The draft consent conditions state that a suitably qualified and experienced ecologist is present at the start and throughout the duration of vegetation clearance to inspect the area for Indigenous lizards or katapo. However, advice note 8 states that should the presence of Indigenous lizards or invertebrates be confirmed, the consent holder is advised that a wildlife permit under the Wildlife Act is required prior to any disturbance. And this is correct advice, so that authority would have to be in place before any disturbance occurs. Any lizards, Indigenous lizards found at the site will need to be salvaged and moved to a safe relocation site, which will also need to be identified in the Wildlife Act authority. That could be immediately adjacent to the site, somewhere that wasn't going to be damaged, or it might need to be elsewhere, much further away, possibly down the Waihi Beach dune system. That would need to be determined. Invertebrates, vegetation and habitats at the site are potentially suitable for katapo, which have a national classification of at-risk declining, and management of any katapo potentially present at the site will require measures similar to those required for lizard management. Dune planting, as we've already heard, vegetation management on dunes is totally contingent on the presence of adequate sand substrate. But sand management is not adequately addressed in the draft consent conditions. And I'm talking about after construction of the wall, so once the wall is in place. The applicant is proposing to provide a remediation planning plan as addressed in draft consent conditions 31 to 43. And in my view, these requirements have some deficiencies, which I'll run through. The areas to be monitored and subject to ongoing maintenance need to be carefully mapped, so there's certainty about where things are going to happen. Targets for planting and cover are not appropriate due to the short term proposed, as I'll discuss further. The requirement to plant is limited to a maximum term of 2 years and 2 storm events. However, it takes at least 2 years to get spinifex established and for the plants to be actively accreting sand. And anyone who works on the coast, the Bay of Plenty, knows that there are erosional storm events every year to one degree or another. And I'll just pause here and expand slightly. When I say it takes 2 years for spinifex to get established, for the first year, spinifex, I think, is putting development, it's developing roots, so there's not much growth above sand level. And when they're planted quite deep, so that they aren't just immediately blown away and removed through really minor erosion events. That first year, they're really just very small plants. It's not until the second year that you really get extensive runner development. And so you start to get the plants actively accreting sand. So it's quite a period of time. And for anyone who works with spinifex, you know that you're going to have to go back every year, year after year, and check, see how they're going. If there are any gaps created for whatever reason, you need to replace them. So it's a process. It's not a one-off event that you can plant at a certain density and walk away. It's not how it happens. So the consent conditions need to allow for the time it takes for the planted spinifex to establish and to extend the runners. As I've said, the maintenance term for plantings of 2 years is too short, and the 4 June vegetation will require monitoring and maintenance, and that is spinifex planting, in my view, for the life of the structure. If you want to keep sand on the seaward side of that structure, there's going to need to be ongoing planting. The proposed planting plan does not address the area to the south of the structure, which may well experience adverse effects, as we've heard. And when I'm talking about the need for planting in that area, it's just spinifex. So if there are scouring or erosional effects off the southern end of the wall, there needs to be a response mechanism in terms of vegetation management. The proposed plan will not address the damaging effects of pedestrian traffic on the dunes, and measures need to be provided to limit pedestrian traffic from the adjacent houses and the general public using the beach and dunes. Pedestrian traffic is a really well recognised damaging feature on dunes, and it's endless. You've got to actively manage it through fencing, active exclusion, channeling people down to shared public access ways rather than just allowing every house to have their own access point. So again, it requires very active management. Other matters, we've already heard about the repositioning of the proposed structure. Moving the structure further inland would be ecologically beneficial, as it will enable the forging to be wider at the southern end, with a greater likelihood that a cover of spinifex can be maintained, which would improve the resilience of the overall dune system. And the term of the consent, if granted, while it's not directly an ecological matter, the term active management of vegetation is required for the life of the structure, which apparently has a design life of 50 years or so. However, there could be considerable change in the coastal environment at Waihi Beach in general over the next 50 years and at the project site. So it would be advisable to have a shorter consent term to enable adaptive management of the structure and its effects, for example, 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. See if we have questions.
Thank you. You would have heard my question to the previous witness about, I suppose, for us trying to balance out the effects. And you may have heard some of the conversation we had yesterday as well. So it's kind of along the same lines. You've indicated, I think, in your statement that even if it is closer to the boundary, the ecological impacts. There are benefits, I suppose, to having it closer. I think from yesterday I heard that if it was wider, so at 5 metres, there's kind of the opposite view, that there's more benefit to have more space or more land area for vegetation or for the ecology to grow. So I suppose my question is it better to have more room or less room? I think from the statement you've made is that less room still provides benefit.
You're talking about more or less room behind the wall. The fundamental issue here is having a sustainable four-dune system, because without that, it's not possible to maintain the rare dune vegetation anyway. So everything hangs on having a sustainable dune structure on the seaward side of what's proposed. So my view is that the four-dune structure is more important than anything that sits behind it. And I'm not saying that what sits behind it isn't important, but it's just in these active coastal environments, that four-dune structure is a critically important requirement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shaw. No further questions or clarification from us. Thank you for your evidence.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Will Gumbley, Landscape Advisor for Council. My summary provides an overview of key matters relating to landscape and visual effects and responds to new information presented in the statement of evidence by the applicant's landscape expert, Mr. Coombs, dated 25 July 2025, as well as the GIP's proposed consent conditions. So I'll talk a bit about the appraisal of landscape and visual effects to start with. My review of the landscape and visual assessment and Section 92 responses raised concerns about the overly positive commentary of the proposal. Considering the short-term and long-term effects, the proposal's potential to prevent future erosion and vegetation loss, it is my opinion that the overall effects are more neutral. The conclusions drawn from the evidence of Mr. Coombs, as well as my own appraisal, rely heavily on the successful restoration of native dune vegetation. I'll address the effectiveness of this restoration, along with the limitations of the proposed consent conditions later in the statement. A comparison of the effects ratings provided by Mr. Coombs and my own appraisal is as follows. So in terms of natural character, the original assessment rated this as moderate to high positive. My reappraisal was neutral. In terms of landscape character, the original assessment assessed this as high positive. My own appraisal was neutral. Visual amenity from Waihi Beach, moderate to high positive, and from 3 Mile Creek, neutral. My own reappraisal was that it would overall be low positive. And in terms of construction effects, we both landed with low adverse effects. In terms of the issue of public access, Mr. Coombs attributes the opportunity for future public access between the seawall and the beachfront properties as a high positive landscape effect. However, a future accessway is not part of this application and cannot be relied upon in the assessment of landscape effects for the following reasons. Council has no plans to implement an accessway. Its formation may require separate consenting due to earthworks and the clearing of indigenous vegetation. Clearing native vegetation would contradict the positive effects being relied upon in the landscape assessment. And it's possible that some GIPS residents may oppose an accessway running close to their beachfront property. Coming to the issue of the seawall location. The coastal engineering review attached to the Section 42A report recommends that the rock structure could be located further landward. This would delay its exposure, reduce impacts on coastal processes, allow dunes and sand to recover naturally from storm events for longer, and reduce end effects at the southern end. Mr. Coombs supports the current 5-metre setback, citing the retention of planting behind the wall and the opportunity for future public access. He also proposes an in-between option ranging from a 5-metre offset at the south end to a reduced offset at 1.5 metres, considering this as acceptable from a landscape, natural character, and visual effects perspective. As previously discussed, I consider the opportunity for public access cannot be included in this assessment. In my opinion, the difference in effects between the current 5-metre setback and a location closer to the properties is minimal in terms of landscape and visual effects. While the 5-metre setback allows for more space for native vegetation restoration, the benefits of a more landward wall location, as outlined in the coastal engineering review, are equally relevant. Although a 1.5-metre setback does provide a small visual amenity benefit through a planted buffer between the wall and the property boundaries. Proposed consent conditions. Mr. Coombs' positive effects ratings and my own appraisal rely on the successful establishment and long-term maintenance of Indigenous dune planting, as illustrated in the visual simulation in the LVA Appendix C Part 4, or viewpoint 1 proposed in the most recent supplementary evidence. However, the limitations of the proposed conditions reduce the likelihood of achieving this outcome before vesting with Council. The proposed consent conditions of particular concern are Condition 39, which allows for maintenance of remedial planting only where damage results from no more than 2 storm events during the maintenance period, and Condition 43D, which defines the maintenance period as either the earlier of the date 2 years after the completion of planting, or in the opinion of a suitably qualified and experienced ecologist, the date the reinstatement area achieves 80% coverage of Indigenous species. Ecologist Willie Shaw advises that spinifex requires a minimum of 2 years to begin establishing. Therefore, achieving 80% coverage within the 2-year maintenance period is unlikely. If storm damage, rabbit browsing, or vandalism occurs, replanting would be required, further delaying establishment and making the 80% target even less achievable. Given the challenging environment for restoration planting, the limitations of the proposed consent conditions, and the reliance of Mr. Coombs' evidence and my own appraisal on successful establishment and long-term maintenance of native dune restoration planting, I recommend an implementation of a sand and vegetation management plan in accordance with the Wildlands Review of Ecological Effects. Mr. Coombs disagrees with my recommendation for a sand and vegetation management plan, citing that the natural sand accretion is expected. However, this statement does not address the vegetation management aspect or the implications that a lack of vegetation management may have on achieving the performance target of 80% spinifex cover over the forenoon within the proposed 2-year maintenance period. So in conclusion, when considering the potential effects over time and assuming successful implementation of dune revegetation, I'm of the opinion that the proposal will not result in landscape and visual amenity effects that are more adverse than if no protection structure were implemented and the site were left to ongoing storm damage. But this conclusion relies on the adoption of the following changes to the consent conditions as previously outlined. A requirement to achieve a performance target of 80% established spinifex cover to the forenoon prior to the transfer of maintenance responsibilities to council. B, removal of the 2-year cap on the maintenance period. And C, removal of the limitation on replacement planting following no more than 2 storm events. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumler. I've just got a couple of questions for you. Looking at your paragraph 3 in your table with your neutral ratings, 2 questions. How would your neutral ratings change if the wall was located 1.5 metres from the property boundary as opposed to 5 metres?
I think it probably stays around the neutral mark. As I said, there's a payoff. You're comparing retaining a larger quantum of vegetation, but also the downside of exposing the seawall sooner, as opposed to delaying that exposure by setting that wall back. So probably still consider that to be a neutral outcome.
Yeah, I'm not understanding your rationale, so could you just develop that a bit more for us, please?
Sure. I'll just revert back to my paragraph 8, where I think I cover that. So the difference in effects between the 5-metre setback and a location to the properties is minimal, because the 5-metre setback allows for more space for native vegetation restoration. But the benefits of the landward wall location is that, those are the reasons outlined in the coastal engineering review, that the exposure of the wall is delayed because it's further set back. Mm-hmm. So I'm comparing having basically a greater quantum of vegetation versus delayed exposure of wall. So in terms of landscape character and visual amenity, they're comparable in a way.
Same question. What if we were to adopt your paragraph 14 recommendations? How would that affect your neutral ratings?
My neutral rating relies on that being adopted. It relies on the vegetation being successfully established and maintained.
But your original assessment didn't include 14A, B, and C in its entirety, did it, to enable you to derive your neutral rating?
It relies on the vegetation becoming established, and in order to do that, I think those 3 points need to be adopted. There's a chance it might establish if there's no significant storm event or pest browsing or that type of thing, but it's a risk that won't occur.
Right. All right, we'll see if there are any further questions for you, Amy.
Would it be helpful to include in the maintenance plan a requirement for rabbit control?
Certainly.
Sorry, what was the question? Didn't hear your question.
Animal pest control. Animal pest control.
Yeah, I'd rely on the advice of the ecologist, but I think they would absolutely need to be incorporated.
Two more questions from me. In regard to your recommendation for a sand and vegetation management plan, we can't condition the applicant to be moving sand around. That's not part of the application, and I imagine that would require new and separate consents. So if we were minded to accept your evidence, this would need to be limited to a vegetation management plan. Do you have a response to that?
No, I think I'd have to defer that to the ecologist to talk about what that actual sand management involves. I'm not entirely sure if it's how manual that is, but the key thing is the performance requirements, which are outlined in Willie's evidence about what the sand and vegetation management plan requires.
So you've been to the site?
Yes.
So the existing area of Spinifex dune that under the current proposal would be fenced off and not damaged. What percentage cover of Spinifex is in that existing dune?
I'm not sure if I can give a firm answer on that. I observed the Spinifex runners kind of well established coming down the dune face, and it appeared that they were fairly well established up above and behind the dune, but I don't think I can give you a percentage.
All right, that's reasonable. So Mr. Shaw, you've been to the site?
I have.
So in your view, what percentage cover of Spinifex exists in the current dune that's to be protected? I'm just trying to get a context for what 60 or 80% looks like on the ground. What's the current cover in that dune, percentage-wise, in your view?
I'd have to go back and look at my photographs. I'd be guessing it'd be somewhere between 60 and 80.
So currently it's around about 60 to 80. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks very much, Mr. Gumley, for your evidence. Appreciate that. So, Ms. Hill, who's next?
Moving on from
Do we have we don't have a.
You don't have a summary statement for him. He has a couple of points that he wishes to raise with you based on what he's heard so far.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and panel. Just by way of background, my involvement in the role here at council, I'm Reserves and Facilities Manager and have been in that role for just over 24 years. Prior to that, I worked at down at Tauranga City Council, started in 1993, and in 1994 was the initiating officer with another team of people setting up the Coast Care program and model. So it started back in 1994 and it's still successful today, 30 years later. I've been on the technical advisory group for that program for the last 30 years as well. And I hold a National Diploma in Managing Horticulture. So I've done a bit of botanical background there as well. And been managing coast, this subject parcel of land for, just over 24 years now. So my understanding, a couple of queries that the panel was seeking is council's position, its capacity as landowner to the 1.5 metre setback versus the 5 metre. My view on that is that we see no reason why we would object to that and effectively are supportive of that coming back to 1.5, given the benefits we've heard about the ensuring coastal dune that could be established in front of that from an ecological sense. Also, my understanding is that the panel has an interest in council's approach to its sand push-up consent to the regional council. So by way of background, what has happened there across our network, including Pukahina Beach, where we have a lot of property that goes on to docks, marginal strip, some places a little bit of reserve Esplanade Reserve involved, but primarily it's on private property. So council operates out at Pukahina a situation where we do a targeted rate on the front properties and on the rear properties. We collect a fund, and then the Pukahina Beach Ratepayers Association has a consent with regional council, and they activate that through a scientist and being Jim Dam. So when there's a need after events like Cyclone Gabriel, they will come and do a renourishment process and do beach push-up as well as renourishment, and council effectively becomes the banker and giving the funds and managing that approach. Having said that, up at Waihi Beach, there is also a section along Broadway where the old dune, the dune has eroded to quite a point where it's no longer Council Esplanade Reserve. Our title has been eroded and gone, so it's back to private property. So because it's a private benefit, there is another push-up consent for about half a dozen properties along Broadway, and they do a dune push-up. It's quite a steep environment, a lot different, and that gives them some sacrificial sand, so to speak, and when big storm events come through, because as you know, the sand will go out from a sandbar and work its way back in. The consent just helps nature on its course of returning the sand to the base of the dune and where it's planted and stuff again. We also have under our resource consent for the existing rock revetment wall. As part of the rock revetment process that went through the Environment Court, there was a decision to soften the ends off, which includes this site here. There was originally going to be a rock wall, but it got changed to being a dune renourishment area, as did halfway along Shore Road through to Coronation Park. Council at the time, circa 2008-9, did the sand, created a sand dune. It effectively disappeared very quickly overnight, but we got a lot of accretion down at Bowen Town, so that was a good one advantage of lateral drift down the coast. But under this resource consent condition, there is, I think it's clause 6, condition 6, there is the ability that the areas where there's no rock revetment wall at Waihi Beach, that they there's ability if it gets within 5 meters of the property to do push-up stuff. So we've done some push-ups after the Cyclone Gabriel, and that enables those properties to get some form of protection, and that's within existing consent conditions that enables us to achieve that. So with all of that background in mind, and speaking with Mr. Jim Dam, coastal scientist expert, he'd been involved with some stuff up the Coromandel, some areas up the Coromandel where they did the push-up, and it's worked quite successfully. Obviously, maybe slightly different environments, but the principles are pretty much the same. So we've come to the conclusion, when talking to the regional council, they had said, look, you're applying, you got one from Pukahina, which is privately with the Ratepayers Association, you got one up here, you're doing push-up stuff under your consent. Would it be best to actually look at doing one along the whole area so that we don't have to go and respond to each situation on a knee-jerk reaction, so to speak? Because one of our interests is, our first and foremost, is to ensure after significant events where we have sand ladders that were built on the coast quay or other structures, is that we're willing to focus on getting those points reinstated as quickly as we can. Once the weather settles down a little bit, normally within 3 or 4 days of an event, with the idea of enabling ongoing public access to and along the beach. And that's the pressure that comes on us to achieve that. So also protecting some council assets, might be car parks and areas like that. We have an interest in protecting some strategic assets in that space as well. And so our focus is not on protecting private property per se. It's about getting those community benefits and making sure that public assets are functional as soon as we can after an event. So that's the intention of the push-up consent, for enable us to have flexibility and provide more resilience and responsiveness to community needs following post large events. Happy for any further questions you may have.
Thanks, Peter. Just in regards to the consent for 3 Mile Creek and the groin, can you give us some commentary? We've seen and heard through witnesses and through evidence suppose, the intention to continue maintaining that. Can you just give us some commentary on the existing structure and what you see long term?
Sure. So the general purpose of the creeks, because we've just done a consent for the lining of the creek up at 2 Mile Creek, and we do have some shorter extensions of sand pillows and stuff up at 1 Mile Creek next to the surf club. And so with the 3 Mile Creek, it's mainly a stormwater function. It's about moving the getting the water to go out, because as you can see, where you don't do that, and it can be the first point it can get to meander, it'll open that whole area up and expose it to general coastal activity of storm events, wind events, etc. So the idea of the sand pillows and training wall is to move that stormwater out, as opposed to getting it drift around and coming to the side, like you see a lot of creeks will meander in a coastal environment. And the idea is, so when we do dredging, because often you're getting stormwater coming down from a rain event, and it's pushing back, and you got ocean action coming in and built up the sand that can't escape. So we get in there and do some dredging. That dredging requires us to place the sand in and around the area. There are some sites that are located up there. Yeah, so that's effectively what we're doing there, and we'll be assessing that in our asset management planning about, because our consents expired in 2032. So we'll be doing some investigation into continuing with that there, but it's highly likely that we will continue, because the same principles will be applying in years 32 to 52, whatever, as they do in the last 20 years. So that's our intention here. Yep.
And just another question. So in terms of the material that's removed, and you've said that some of it is disposed of in that vicinity, is some material removed from site as well?
So there has been, there's a requirement. We've got areas where we're allowed to place the material. I do know that we had these issues that when the one down at Broadway, the group down there, when they wanted to, when there was a big event coming out, they wanted to get some of that material put in front of their place. But our approach was that, no, it's doing the public assets and stuff first. So we do what we do required under consent deposit where that says, but we can, with the approval of regional council officers and monitoring officers, move it to other places if we need to help provide some, I guess, source of sand in those places.
One of the submitters earlier said that the wall slightly to the north of the GIPS location, so on the other side of 3 Mile Creek, was, when that was built, it was actually constructed above mean high water springs. Is that the case? So at the moment, it's clearly in the CMA, and people can't walk along the beach at high tide. But he was insinuating or inferring that as soon as the wall went in, the beach lowered, and it was in the coastal marine area instantly.
So I think the area you're referring to there's a slight kink in alignment, and there is an area where the seawall was constructed under the original consent that, yes, at high tide, the waves come up. But one of the consent conditions was council had to put in rocks in a stepped formation that, and then we had access along the back of the rock wall that enabled people to get off the beach in the event of a large wave run up top. I think so. It was a safety type of viewpoint. But at the end of the day, that's that area always has some tide coming up to it at high tide, and it brings a benefit because it's a lot of mussel spat there now too, which wouldn't otherwise be available.
So you don't know when it was built, whether it was in the coastal marine area or above the coastal marine area?
No, my recollection that there was the consent was for having it in the coastal marine area and that
Okay.
particular part of it.
Okay, thanks. And just looking at your evidence on page 3, there was a comment. So there was a discussion about the agreement with the property owners and that they've agreed to pay money towards maintenance, etc. But you quoted in there that council has no obligation beyond the resource consent period. So I guess my question is, what happens if we were to grant, and if we were to grant with a duration, what happens on the expiry of the consent? Is there a consideration for gathering funds from the property owners to remove fund the removal of the structure and the associated consents?
The approach is that I've been waiting to see the outcome of the consent this process. And then some points have come up, as you've just raised, that will need to be considered in the landowner's agreement with regards to that end of life, because there's no, at this point in time, there's no consent period written down. So the idea was if there's going to be a consent period, then that would form part of the agreement. So there's a diminishing risk cost to council over time. Because the idea of that was that council was not going to be working on this on the basis of trying to protect the properties from climate change on a perpetual basis, you know. Because there will come a time when, yeah.
So if you were to recommend a duration of consent, what would that be?
Well, look, I'm not perhaps the expert in that space. I'll be reliant on the legal and other experts around here on their advice.
Okay, thank you.
It's got some questions here about the reserve to the south of the site, that very wide reserve that extends along the coast for some quite considerable distance. Is that a council reserve?
There's two parts to that reserve. That's Island View Reserve you're talking about.
It's immediately south of the site that we're considering in this process.
Correct, yeah, it's Island View Reserve.
Yeah.
Part of the area is council owned and administered, but it's also, part of it is Department of Conservation owned, but with the control and management vested into council through Gazette notice. So effectively council operate the land and manage the land in its entirety.
So the bit that's right on the coastline, is that council owned or dock owned?
I'll need to come back to you on that. I can look that up shortly.
Okay. Well, as the, you say you administer the dock portion on their behalf anyway, as the reserves facilities manager, how concerned would you be about any potential end effects of this proposal on that part of the reserve?
Yeah. I guess my view on that is the end effect is affecting some dune environment, and that, you know, like in a natural dune environment. I guess there is no residential housing in that area there, so that's a consideration that comes into our thinking in that about the end effects there.
So do you want to carry on explaining that? Are you concerned at all about those end effects, or would you be happy just for nature to take its course?
Well, I do. I am concerned about the end effects. I understand the end effects. We have end effects at the existing seawall that's in place. Some of it hasn't been as what was originally thought would occur. And just with management of, you know, coastal management and taking a coast care approach and those principles has helped maintain those areas. We do a program working with the Coast Care group about what's our 5-year immediate program. So we're always looking for what's our dune system looking like, where the spinifex has been eroded by sea or wind. We will look at focusing our resource and working with the volunteer groups and getting those areas up to a good standard, as I think Willie was referring to before. So.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a more direct question then, because I just want to get a good understanding of this. So if we grant consent for this, then if there are end effects of the wall at the southern end of the Type 1 wall in that reserve we've just been talking about, as a reserves facilities manager, would you seek to utilise the existing ability to push sand up and restore that end effect, or would you just let nature take its course?
No, we would, if there was causing a detrimental effect of sorts, we would utilise the consent that we're kind of applying for now for the sand push up.
Yeah.
So we can respond to those.
Okay.
Because if we didn't have that general approach to sand push up, we'd have to go back to regional every single time we get an issue like this occurs.
Just a minute. So just to be crystal clear, because it's an important issue in my mind, if end effects did occur at the southern end of the Type 1 wall, the District Council would utilise its existing ability and consented authority to do sand push-up and to remediate that end effect.
Yes, we would.
Yes, you would. Okay. Now that's helpful. Thank you.
I have a follow-on question from that. With that repair works, would that be funded through the property owners? Because it was that structure that caused the end effect erosion?
So I could just ask you, because I had another question fired at me at the same time, sorry. Just please repeat the question.
So if the structure caused end effect erosion and the District Council chose to repair it using sand push-ups, would that be funded by the ratepayer or by the property owners?
The funding we use for this type of activity is from the targeted rate. So the agreement is if anything's up and above the targeted rate that the current applicants have been paying for sand dune that disappeared, anything up and above that, then the agreement is that we'd be talking to them, contributing to that cost, covering that cost.
Well, thank you, Mr. Watson. That's been very helpful. No further questions.
Next
I
question.
don't want you to be instructing the witness on what he should. Just hang on a minute.
Sorry.
As long as you're not going to instruct the witness to tell us what you think he should tell us, I'm quite happy with his answers.
No, quite the
Proceed.
opposite. I think that the answer that he gave you misunderstood your question. So through you, the point that I wish to clarify about an earlier answer, your question was whether they would use an existing consent to do replenishment. I had understood his earlier answer was that it was the consent that they're currently applying for to the council. So that's a subtle difference that may need to be clarified.
So, Mr. Watson, I understood your earlier evidence to us was that the existing consent the council holds for the existing seawall to the north of 3 Mile Creek enables you to do remedial works involving sand push-up at this site to the south of 3 Mile Creek. Is that correct? You said it enabled you to deal with the end effects in both ends of the existing seawall.
My understanding is that it would enable that if it triggered the, I think, section 6, condition 6, that if it got within like 5 metres of the properties, that's what we've used up the northern end of that same kind of consent area, of where there's no seawall and there's been a sand dune that was put in that disappeared. That's what we have the ability to use. It hasn't been a need to do that at this site. Yeah.
Understood. And so in response to Ms. Hill's, what do I call it, redirection of your answer to us, and in the future you could use the current consent that's being applied for that purpose.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, so to the planners, how long do you think your presentation would take to us?
Probably about 15 minutes.
We're happy to carry on, Ms. Hill, thanks. And I
Sorry,
noticed that
sir, just before we do that, there has been a document tabled by Mr. Stiles, and I wondered if before Mr. Hudson presents, it's worth just having it on record that there's a document tabled by Mr. Stiles. I've seen it. I'm not sure if it's come to your screens as well, but I don't know if Ms. Hill wants to just draw that to your attention.
Yeah, we've received that by way of email. I've read it. That's fine. But
Perfect.
I think you'll put that on the record.
Happy with that. Thank you.
Now, there's been a summary statement from the lead reporting planner emailed to us. Have you got that? It's a latter email. It wasn't in that initial tranche.
Yes.
Okay. So just to make sure we've got everything we need, we've got a summary statement from Bevan Hudson, lead reporting planner, and then we have some track changes conditions. Are they the documents that you wish to address?
I'll address the, Anna Price will be addressing the consent conditions. I'll just be talking about my evidence.
That's great, but there's just those two documents that we need to have in front of us? currently?
Yes.
Okay, cool, great, carry on.
Cool. My summary provides an overview of the matters relating to the Section 42A Planners Report, statement of evidence from the applicant, and the information presented at the hearing yesterday and today. The key matters as I see them is relates to the reduction of the southern end setback. Council acknowledges that the applicant would accept a reduced setback down to a minimum of 1.5 metres along the southern section, type 1 of the structure. Mr. Davidson acknowledges for the type 1 section of the proposed structure that a hard structure would be located in this area and that the structure is appropriately designed. Mr. Davidson also considers that a reduced type 1 setback would better align with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and that hard structures should be designed to minimise adverse effects on the coastal environment. Locating the structure on the property boundary or 1.5 metres off it would reduce the impact that the hard structure has on the beach, coastal environment and end effects on the area to the south. In terms of coastal process effects, Council would accept a reduced setback. Evidence from other Council experts, Mr. Gimbley, Mr. Shaw and Mr. Stiles on the reduced setback have been addressed in their summary statements. Term of consent, as referred to in paragraph 65 and 66 of the applicant's legal submission and discussed at the hearing, a term of consent condition was discussed. Council recommends that a term be included in the consent conditions. This would ensure a finite period for the structure and provide for consideration of managed retreat options once it is removed. Deed of covenant. Council agrees with paragraphs 53D and 53E of the applicant's legal submission that only 3 of the Glen Isla Protection Society properties have deeds of covenant registered on their title that require relocation of additions or alterations once the tide of the dune reaches a certain distance from their foundations. Some of the other properties have conditions requiring building work to be designed to be relocatable. Adaptive management approach. If the commissioners wish to make provision for a more adaptive management approach, one option to consider would be appropriate consent conditions requiring a trigger for the construction of the type 2 structure section. This approach for the northern section of the structure could be dependent on the removal of the 3 Mile Creek groin and would allow for changes in design if not renewed. This was addressed in council for the reporting team and legal submissions. Additional reason for consent. Council corrects paragraph 84 of the Section 42A report, noting that the construction noise will exceed the noise limits of ANZS 6803 1999 acoustic construction noise on the closest applicant-owned properties. This was referred to in the evidence by Mr. Stiles and quantified in the summary statement by Mr. Whitlock, applicant's acoustic engineer, as being with the exception of a 2 dB noise infringement at the closest applicant-owned property. In accordance with Rule 4C.1.31 of the Operative District Plan 2012, construction noise that exceeds the requirements of NZC 6803 1999 acoustic construction noise is assessed as a discretionary activity. It is noted that written approval has been provided from the properties at 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16 Glen Isla Place, so any potential adverse effects on these properties have been disregarded. This additional reason for consent does not change the conclusion or proposed conditions of Mr. Stiles' noise and vibration review in attachment 11 of the Section 42A report. I've had an opportunity to review my original conclusion that, on balance, the original proposal could not be supported. This was principally focused on my assessment that the proposal was not well aligned with the national and regional policy direction, which discourages hard protection structures, particularly where they are aimed at protecting private properties rather than public assets. While my assessment of the policy intention remains unchanged, I acknowledge that the proposed approach is not inconsistent with the future policy of managed retreat, providing for a term of consent, providing that a term of consent is imposed and if considered appropriate by the panel, some conditions to address the removal of the structure and remediation of the site in the future if consent is sought to be surrendered or not renewed. Given the proposed options put forward by the applicant at the hearing, the relocation of the type 1 hard structure closer to the property boundary and Mr. Davidson's assessment that a setback reduction of this nature would delay exposure and end effects, I have reached a greater level of comfort that the effects arising from the coastal processes could be supported subject to appropriate conditions. I consider that an adaptive management approach could be used for the northern type 2 structure to ensure the proposal is more aligned with the intention of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and regional policies, which encourage adaptive management approaches which provide for hard protection as a last resort. And sorry, in regard to your other question about consent being required if it was removed, yes, consent would be required if it was removed. But my colleague will talk about the condition. It doesn't actually require, doesn't actually state that they need to get consent, but I'll let her allude on that a bit more.
No, Amy?
Based on the evidence presented by the coastal experts, do you recommend a specific duration? Or do you have in mind what you might recommend to us as a duration of consent?
I think it would be preferable for all our experts to meet potentially during the lunch break and come back to you on a term after the lunch break. Would that be, if you're agreeable to that?
Yeah, well, that's fine. We can just adjourn over lunch and allow you to discuss that. The only number I've seen put forward is 25 years and the evidence of Mr. Shaw that he presented to us this morning. So that would be, I guess, the starting point in terms of that discussion for your team.
Yes,
you can come back to us after lunch on that. It's fine.
Yes.
It's helpful information. No, that's the only thing I wanted to ask you about was the consents were not required for the removal of the wall, but you've already addressed that. So that does make it somewhat tricky if we were to consider that as an option in terms of conditions. I think we can't impose conditions that rely on a future consent that may or may not be applied for. Yeah, so we simply can't do that, but we'll see where we go with that.
If I could just briefly address you on that. So my understanding is that there's not a consent required for the activity of removal of the wall in the same way that there is for the activity of a seawall. So as you said earlier, it would be earthworks and vegetation removal provisions. One option potentially could be to just include, if you had enough evidence about the effects of the removal, to include that within this consent itself. So conditions that would deal with the vegetation removal and the earthworks at that point in time, but you may not have sufficient information about what those effects might be.
Yeah, we have zero information on the effects of removing the wall.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just putting that forward.
Yeah. Right, so now we're going to, you're going to lead us through the conditions document, is that correct?
Good morning. Yeah, I've met with Mr. Faithful yesterday afternoon, and that was following the circulation of Council's review of the draft conditions. And also minded of the comments you made regarding the duplication of Regional Council consent conditions as well. So yesterday we did go through the draft, and that was the marked up version that I'd previously sent to Mr. Faithful in the morning as well. So our experts have already looked over the draft, and they had some comments that they've included in those. There were some minor tweaks in terms of transportation, but just really minor stuff in the most part. I'll just read through. I do have a couple of notes here that I can read through for you.
It's just, so we've been provided this morning a track changes document. So it'd be helpful if you just turn the pages on that, and if you weren't already going to do so, just explain the track changes and the rationale for them. And then we'll see if we have questions. Is that what you're intending to do?
I wasn't intending to go through them, all the track changes individually, because I think for some part they are clear.
Yeah.
Where there's where the duplication of regional council conditions, I think we've struck through those. But there are some of those conditions that remain that are duplicated, and that's where council see that they are required in terms of the structure, rather than the regional council's consenting purpose, which was for the vegetation removal. And they are relevant to our outstanding natural landscape feature, S24, and they are also cover requirements that are relevant to our asset and our reserve management processes. So they are important to remain in our view at this time. I'm happy to take any comments obviously on those, but in our view, they are important to remain within the conditions of this consent for that.
Right, well, why don't you just present what you intended to present to us, ignore my question to you, and we'll hear what you say. Then over the lunch break, we can turn the pages ourselves, and if we have further queries, we'll come back to you then.
Sure. Just starting on page 1, there are just some minor track changes to condition 2 around including number 12 Glen Isla Place. We have notification of works to include the reserves and facilities manager as well as our compliance and monitoring team. The reserves agreement, we've just noted there, the agreement is to be between council as landowner and the landowners of numbers 9 and 11 to 16 Glen Isla Place, and that is because that will form an encumbrance on those titles. And I've noted there that the applicant agrees to this condition on an all-year basis. I'm just taking you down now to page 3 and the works condition. I've just noted there that council wish to retain these as it relates to the council reserve management, and noting that it is similar to the regional council consent. But it does have a function in terms of notifying council as landowner and for reserve management purposes. So that's why we have retained that condition. You would have seen there that number, condition 13, we've actually just thinned it out a little bit. We've taken out B, which is more of the regional council function and doesn't relate directly to district council. So we'd be happy in that instance to thin out that condition. We have added in under 13D, we've added extent of the works footprint must be clearly marked and visible for all workers. Again, that is a reserve function and quite important for our asset management. I've noted here against G, this condition could be deleted and to be confirmed by our expert, as it's the same as the regional council condition. So I haven't actually managed to catch up with Willie about whether he'd be satisfied to delete that, but noting it is the same as the regional council condition. And we've struck through the what would have been H around the lizards as well, noting that that's regional council condition also. I've just made some editorial tweaks there, bringing the timing of works condition to towards the front of the decision rather than where it sat previously at the end. You'll see there, I have a note against conditions 10. So the numbering has changed in my comments, so that relates to conditions 10 and down to 13. These relate as they reflect the outstanding natural landscape feature for the structure, purpose of the structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Between myself and Mr. Faithful, we agreed that we could delete the duplication of conditions relating to vegetation clearance, earthworks disturbance, and those specific ecology conditions. However, we just wanted to raise, while we've struck through condition 15 that related to the avifauna management plan, that there were some concerns raised by submitters around that, the dotterels in particular. So whether the chair was, the panel was minded to retain any of those conditions, but we have struck through them in the first instance. Also, condition 16, which has been struck through, I've put a note there that the particular provision BII was added here in response to Willie's concerns. It is not included in the regional council condition, that specific line. And the applicant has said that they commit to providing this anyway, even though it's not provided in the regional council consent. So again, just highlighting that point, even if it's struck through. Coming down to remediation, planting and maintenance, council recommend that these conditions are retained as they relate to the outstanding natural landscape feature, the natural character and landscape effects in terms of the structure, rather than the regional council's conditions relating to the vegetation removal. It's also important for council to approve any planting plan within its reserve area for asset management purposes. So that's why it's important to retain these series of conditions while we're noting that they are duplications from regional council. Coming down to the bottom of page 8, you'll see that there's a struck through sentence that is related to storm events occurring and when plants washed away as a result of no more than 2 events. So that sentence has been struck through as a recommendation from our ecological expert. Taking you down to the bottom of page 9, there is also a strike through there, which again is from the recommendation of council's expert. You'll see now following that council have added in additional conditions related to the adjacent reserve to the south, being the Island View Reserve and the Sand and Vegetation Management Plan. These are conditions that council's experts have recommended, but we do note that the applicant doesn't agree to these conditions. Taking you down now to page 11, erosion and sediment controls. Mr. Faithful and I agreed that that could be deleted as that is a duplication of the regional council condition. Noise and vibration controls. These are as agreed with the experts, and you would have received the memo from Mr. Stiles regarding the vibration condition update to condition, which is now 39 in this draft. That wasn't able to be updated prior to this being sent to you, so that we can now update that condition that has been agreed between the parties. Regarding public access, we've chosen to retain those conditions as again relates to council's requirements for reserve management during construction. Transportation, they're pretty straightforward. They are from council's transportation expert. Signage again relates to council's matters there. Accidental discovery protocol, I've actually just moved that to an advice note. Thought that was a bit more appropriate in that spot. General maintenance, when Luke and Mr. Faithful and I discussed this last night, I did actually have a few other structural integrity type conditions in there, and on further review last night and this morning in a discussion with Mr. Hudson, we agreed that the general maintenance conditions proposed by the applicant were actually more suitable. And so that's why they have remained, and we took out our previously proposed structural integrity conditions. You also see that I've put in there a placeholder for term of consent, and just kind of a tentative timeframe there based on what's been discussed, and also a remediation of site condition. So I know there's been a little bit of discussion just this morning around what we can condition in that consent, and you'll just see there that the condition is really relating to advising of what what might happen or what you will do in that instance, not requiring that consents be obtained. So we're trying to just leave it open, but so that there's the information there that it needs to be done. General review condition and then advice notes are all very standard. So happy to take any questions.
No, look, that's very helpful. And just in terms of your remediation of site condition, just my quick appraisal of that, I wouldn't have any issues with that. As you say, it's just a process focused condition rather than requiring physical works to be undertaken. So that alleviates my concern about the need for additional consent. So just to let you know that. See if we have questions for you.
Just on that last one, so condition 56, and I'm sorry, my memory is a little bit rusty on this, but in terms of the applicant, sorry, the consent holder if they wish to review consent, they need to make that decision or advise the council 6 months prior to expiry, I think it is, under section 124. So I'm just wondering, is at least 1 year prior to the expiry, is that give them enough time to do all of the work that needs to be done to secure that protection under section 124?
I think we probably could extend that just to say everybody's got a bit of leeway there in terms of expert reporting. So I would take that on, that we could do maybe 2 years.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry about that. No further questions from me. Thank you for doing that work overnight with Mr. Faithful. That's very helpful. And, as I said to the hearing earlier on, having a suite of conditions is very important for us, because then that enables us to see, or to assist our decision on whether or not we think the effects that have been demonstrated through the evidence can be adequately addressed or not. So that's a vital key piece of information. So we thank you and Mr. Faithful for doing that work for us. So what we'll do now, I think, unless we have any further queries, or unless Ms. Hill, you wanted to add anything?
No, nothing from me, thank you.
So now we'll adjourn, and it's now 12:20. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Is that enough time for everyone? And we'll just hear finally from the reporting team on their view on duration, which I think there was a request, and then the applicant's reply. And Mr. Lyfield, have you given any consideration at this stage what you might do? A verbal reply at all, or will it be solely written?
There will be a very small number of points that I make verbally. It'll be very brief, I think, and then a written reply in due course, and I'll come back to you with a suggestion of what time allowance we might like to have around that, but obviously will be in your hands to some degree.
That's absolutely fine. Look, in terms of timing for your written reply, that's entirely in your hands. It's no skin off our nose how long you take. The only party who's disadvantaged by a long period of time is the applicant. So you just decide how long you need, and that'll be fine.
Thank you.
hearing. And at this stage, we're just having a final piece of advice to us from the 42A reporting team in terms of their views on what an appropriate duration might be.
Thank you.
People want to address you on that? Yeah.
Speaking with the experts, we consider that a 25 to 30-year term is appropriate, which is reflected in our draft conditions. Reasons for that, it provides clarity on the duration of effects in the dynamic coastal environment. The timeline will allow for reconsenting of the 3 Mile Creek groin, any implications that might have on the northern extent of the structure. And as identified by the applicant, the proposal was an interim solution, and it would allow for closed options for managed retreat.
Right, thank you very much for that. So now applicants write a verbal reply at this stage to be followed up in writing.
Thank you. And as I signalled, there's only a very few things that I want to mention. The first thing, just to be clear, is that the written reply, when you receive it, will include some technical statements from the coastal processes experts just responding to the adaptive management proposal that has been tabled by council today. And it will also include another set of conditions that the applicant supports, because as Ms. Price has signalled, there's still a little distance between the set that you've already seen and the set that Mr. Faithful has recommended to the applicant. So there'll be another revised set available to you to pick and choose from.
Yeah, it's just in regard to those two matters. I think yesterday I said I'd grant leave for you to provide some evidence as part of the reply submission, so that's fine, as long as it addresses matters raised and not raising totally new matters.
Yes.
And in terms of the conditions, I understand the council plan is going to produce a clean set of what was tabled today with the track changes removed. So if you could use that as your base document.
Yes.
And then track in any additional changes the applicant seeks into the clean version that will come through from the 4218.
Very happy to do that.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
And then if you want to make a change to the condition, can you type in the actual change and then either in a separate document or in a comments box just with the rationale for the change?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Great.
Certainly happy to do that.
Thank you.
Then that only leaves a very small number of things to talk through. One of those is just to remind you that Mr. Davis was going to come back to you on calculation for the difference in exposure time, but depending on the location for the type 1 wall. He has started some calculations on that, but we are also wanting those to be run through Mr. Clark so that they've been peer reviewed. So that I can't give you those figures now, but that'll come in as part of the written reply.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
There were points made yesterday by Pippa Coombs in relation to dotterels, and I just wanted to touch on the numbers that were put out during her presentation. There was a suggestion that there are 11 nesting sites, and I can tell you that I've spoken separately with Dr. Bull, and she has confirmed the reason she was using 2 and considers that the right number, not 11, is that's the number actually in DotWatch's written submission on this application. And she understands that the number 11 is referring to historical nesting sites, not the sites that have been more recent or may or may not be current. The other point that Ms. Coombs raised that I want to touch on, and you may not need to hear any more from me on this in the right of reply, is the issue around compliance, if I can call it that, at number 12, and what has gone on there. I can tell you that contrary to what Ms. Coombs said, there is documentation that I can provide to you that shows that contact was in fact made with Coast Care, that and the date on which it was made, a phone record of that. and that plants have been ordered and are being supplied for revegetating that area of dune. I don't suggest for an instant that it's your job to determine whether there has or hasn't been compliance. And from a legal standpoint, it won't surprise you to hear that my view on that is it's actually irrelevant to the outcome of your consent deliberation. You do need to proceed on the basis that everybody will behave lawfully. And so unless you wish to see that material, I won't include it with the right of reply, but I can easily add it into the written reply if that's going to be helpful.
No, I think that's fine. You're quite correct. Our presumption is any conditions, should consent be granted, any conditions we impose, we need to assume they will be complied with. And if they're not, that's a matter for council to undertake its enforcement duties at a later stage.
Thank you. And then I think that just brings me to one point to make sure that it is understood by the panel, and that is what the applicant's position is in relation to the benefits of the project, given that it is sited on public land and we have that direction in the NZCPS about there needing to be public benefits. The applicant is not advancing that any one of the benefits that have been identified is on its own significant. What the applicant is advancing is that there are a number of benefits which, when taken collectively, amount to a significant public benefit. So that's the protection of the council's strategic asset, improved ecological outcomes from new planting, mitigation of erosion from 3 Mile Creek, better landscape. You know, obviously these are matters on which the experts have some disagreement, but the applicant is, of course, listening to its advisors on those matters. And its fundamental position is it's the combination of those things that amounts to a significant public benefit. We're not saying there's one on its own that amounts to a significant benefit. So really that's all I wanted to say by way of a verbal closing now, and then just wrap up all the other matters in the written right of reply. In terms of timing, we're volunteering to get that to you by the end of next week, so Friday week.
And so that's just Friday 22nd?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
And relevant to that, there is a clock ticking in the background, and I just need to raise that because I haven't gone back to recalculate. I think the clock allowed the hearing to occur as it has over these 2 days. My recollection is that it is a requirement that the hearing has to be completed within the next day or two in order to stay within the statutory time period. But given you're going to presumably adjourn in order to allow that right of reply, there may need to be a brief statutory extension to the time period.
And I imagine the applicant would agree to that extension.
It would.
I'll leave that in the council's hands in terms of paperwork. Yeah, thank you for that. And in terms of timeframes, we're an efficient committee. So once we receive the reply, we'll proceed to do our deliberations and prepare a written decision shortly thereafter. So it'll be a matter of certainly a small number of weeks, not months, that you could expect to get a reply.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for that. That's the conclusion of the verbal reply, which brings us to the end of this stage of the process. So we're now adjourned until we receive the written reply. We'll receive and consider that. If we have any further questions, we'll address those questions to either the council or the applicant, depending on what they are. That doesn't happen very often, so it's more likely that we'll receive the reply, we'll close the hearing and proceed to issue our decision within the statutory 15 working day timeframe. So it just leaves me to extend my thanks on behalf of the panel to all of the participants, the applicant and their witnesses, all of the submitters that we've heard from and the submitters that we haven't heard from as well. We've taken all of that information into account, and to the council's reporting team. And just like to acknowledge the cooperation between the council and the applicants, and particularly in terms of the work you've done on conditions, which is part of an important part of our decision-making framework. So thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your